Buntod pilak, inaakit ang iyong mga mata. Kapangyarihan sa labi, hinihila ka sa lugar na tila di mo tansya.
Here, we welcome Chair Mika. Yes, Swansing. Ayan.
Good afternoon, everyone. The hearing is resumed. We would like to welcome the family of the Department of Justice. Thank you very much for being here today. Of course, headed by our Honorable Secretary Boying Remulla. Thank you very much po. To our undersecretaries, assistant secretaries, directors, magandang araw po. ComSec, please recognize the resource persons and House members present here in today's hearing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Your Honors. May we acknowledge our guests from the Department of Justice. We have Secretary Jesus Crispin Remulla, Undersecretary Margarita Gutierrez, Undersecretary Deo Marco, Undersecretary Nicolas Felix T, Undersecretary Raul Vasquez, Undersecretary Jesse Hermogenes Andres, Undersecretary Frederick Vida, Assistant Secretary Jose Dominic Clavano IV, Assistant Secretary Maria Elisa Hermar, Assistant Secretary Eliseo Cruz, Assistant Secretary Michelle Ann Lapus, Assistant Secretary Majkin Anika Gran Ong, Assistant Secretary Randolph Pascasio, Assistant Secretary Francis John Tejano, Chief State Counsel Dennis Arvin Chan, Senior Deputy State Prosecutor Hazel Decina Valdez, Program Director Jose Marino Bernardes, Senior Deputy State Prosecutor Chairman Miguel Guido Jr., Senior Deputy State Prosecutor Herbert Abugan, from the Bureau of Corrections, Director General Gregorio Pio Katapang Jr. From the Bureau of Immigration, we have Commissioner Joel Anthony Viado. From the Land Registration Authority, Administrator Gerardo Sirius. From the National Bureau of Investigation, Director Jaime Santiago. Office of the Alternative Dispute Resolution, Executive Director Margaret Raiza Andaman. From the Office of Government Corporate Counsel Solomon Hermosora. From the Office of the Solicitor General Darlene Marie Berberabe. From the Parole and Probation Administration, Administrator Bienvenido Benitez Jr. The Presidential Commission on Good Government, Chairperson Melchor Quirino Sadang, and Commissioner Elijo Ibanez. And from the Public Attorney's Office, and also from the PCGG, Commissioner Raymond Anthony Dilag. And from the Public Attorney's Office, we have Deputy Chief Public Attorney Analisa M. Soriano. We have also representatives from the Department of Budget and Management, Acting Director Carlos Castro and Acting Assistant Director Mary Rose Aguilar. May we also acknowledge our members present, Deputy Majority Leader Crispin Diego Remulla, Deputy Majority Leader Marlene Primicias Agabas, Deputy Majority Leader Jam Baronda, Deputy Majority Leader Adrian J. Advincula, Deputy Minority Leader Percy Sendanya, Deputy Minority Leader Laila de Lima, Vice Chair Charis Hernandez, Vice Chair Jerry Boy Espina, Vice Chair John Tracy Cagas, Vice Chair Renante Arrogancia, Vice Chair Eric Yap, Vice Chair Maria Cristina Talavera Lopez, Vice Chair Joseph Tan, Vice Chair Monique Lagdameo, Vice Chair Lalo Matugas, Representatives, Representative Julius Cesar Vergara, Representative Amado Bolilla, Representative Antonio Roman III, Antonino Roman III, Representative Franz Vincent Legaspi, Representative Rolando Valeriano, Representative Jennifer Lagbas, Representative Chel Jokno, Representative Paulo Henry Marcoleta, Representative Presley De Jesus, Representative Alfel Bascug, and Representative Mark Anthony Santos. That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, ComSec. To our honorable members and members of the Committee on Appropriations, to the Department of Justice family, of course, headed by our Honorable Secretary Jesus Crispin Remulla, and to all of the officials of the DOJ, and our guests and our partners in from civil society organizations, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Today, we deliberate on the proposed budget of the Department of Justice for fiscal year 2026, including its attached agencies, with a total obligation budget of 43.653 billion pesos, inclusive of automatic appropriations. The DOJ plays a vital role in upholding the rule of law, safeguarding human rights, ensuring swift and impartial justice, and maintaining public order through fair enforcement of laws. Its work is fundamental to national stability, progress, and development. The proposed budget reflects both the magnitude of its responsibilities and the government's commitment to legal and institutional reforms, prosecutorial efficiency, correctional modernization, and access to justice for all. As we examine this budget, the committee will focus on how resources will be utilized to first, strengthen prosecutorial services and address case backlogs by expanding legal aid and creating new prosecutor positions. Second, modernize investigative and forensic capacities of the NBI and DOJ attached agencies, particularly against cybercrime and organized syndicates through advanced tools and training. Third, advance correctional reforms, including decongestion of penal institutions and protection of inmates' rights. Fourth, expand legal aid and public defense through the Public Attorney's Office. And fifth, foster transparency, efficiency, and digital transformation across DOJ services. We are mindful of the fiscal constraints our country faces. However, this committee is committed to ensuring that every peso is appropriated and delivers maximum public value. We expect the DOJ to demonstrate not only its commitment to justice, but also to prudent fiscal management and measurable outcomes. Maraming salamat po, and before I yield the floor to our Honorable Secretary to deliver the presentation for the Department of Justice, I would first like to recognize and acknowledge the Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations who will be sponsoring the budget of the Department of Justice, the Honorable Vice Chairperson Rufus Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. So it's my honor to be able to preside over the budget hearing of the Department of Justice and its attached agencies. Chair. So thank you very much.
You're in great hands po with Vice Chair Rufus Rodriguez. I know our secretary is very much familiar that Kong Rufus is one of the legal luminaries of the House. So So we chose the best person to be the sponsor of the DOJ. And with that, before we move to the interpolations from our members here today, I would first like to yield the floor to our Honorable Secretary Jesus Crispin Remulla, to deliver the presentation for the Department of Justice. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. On behalf of the entire DOJ family, I am pleased to present to you the proposed budget for the fiscal year 2026 of the Department of Justice, including the constituent and attached agencies. This is based on the President's budget or the National Expenditure Program. With me today are my undersecretaries and assistant secretaries. Also present are the key officials from the DOJ proper and heads of attached agencies under the DOJ to provide answers or details on any query that the members of the committee may raise, or otherwise the members of the House may raise. So with that, I think the names were mentioned already. They were introduced earlier. With that, I would like to turn over the microphone to Undersecretary Eric Vida for the details of our budget proposal. Thank you.
With permission of the Honorable Chairperson.
Go ahead, Yusek Vida, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honors. Good afternoon. The Department of Justice, can we show the slide? The Department of Justice is primarily, it is the department's mandate to uphold the rule of law by serving as the principal law agency of the government. Under the 1987 Administrative Code, the DOJ serves as the legal counsel and prosecutorial arm of the government and administers the government's criminal justice system by investigating crimes, prosecuting offenders, and administering the correctional system. It also implements laws on the admission and stay of aliens, citizenship, and land titling system. Further, the department provides free legal services to indigent persons. Next slide. First, in the next few slides, we will highlight some of the major accomplishments of the department. As shown in this slide, Your Honors, the department, through its National Prosecution Service, was able to sustain an improving case disposition rate post-pandemic. In November 2023, Department Circular Number 39 was issued prescribing guidelines on the performance measures and evaluation of the NPS. Thus, a new formula was adopted for the case disposition rate, it being equal to the resolved cases as a percentage of a difference between the total caseload and those pending within 120 days or those not yet due for resolution. Your Honors, we are proud to say that by the end of 2024, the NPS handled a total of 430,638 cases with a total resolved cases of 404,621 as of December 31, 2024. This would show a disposition rate of 99.08%, which is an increase from 98.97 in 2023. The resolved cases include all those complaints under preliminary investigation, inquest, and motion for reconsideration. Next slide, please. In addition, Your Honors, based on the total caseload of 430,638, only 26,017 cases remain pending by year-end of 2024. Of this total pending, 22,273 cases are still within the reglementary period of 120 days. So, Your Honors, technically, only 3,744 are considered backlogs since they are beyond the maximum 120-day reglementary period, Your Honors. Next slide. In terms of addressing case backlogs, this slide would show a significant reduction in the number of complaints pending beyond the 120 days maximum reglementary period by 13,051. That is from 16,795 in 2020, it is down to 3,744 in 2024. This translates to a 77.71% decrease in backlogs over the 5-year period. more particularly with the strengthened performance management and sustained implementation of case decongestion initiatives starting in 2016, the case backlogs in 2024 were significantly reduced to 14.39% from 27.09% in 2020. Next slide. With regard to court dispositions, the department was able to sustain high prosecution success rates over the past 5-year period. At present, the prosecution success rate measures the proportion of convictions relative to the sum of convictions and acquittals. The PSR excludes other court dispositions such as dismissals, archivals, and successful mediation. As shown in this slide, Your Honors, from 2020 to 2024, the PSR for the department increased from 89.39% to 90.14% respectively. This reflects the improving efforts and proactive stance of the department on investigation and case build-up of court cases through the years. Next slide. For our prosecution sub-program, the NPS was able to resolve 99.08% of the criminal complaints handled in 2024. Even in the first semester of calendar year 2025, the NPS consistently performed high in disposing complaints with a rate of 96.55%. And we expect this to further increase by year-end, Your Honors. In our witness protection sub-program, Your Honors, the WPP program has processed and acted upon all applications for witness coverage for year 2024, and similarly for the first semester of 2025. Further, Your Honors, through our special enforcement and protection units, we were able to retrain at least 11,390 law enforcers and service providers who handle complaints involving women, children, trafficking, and cybercrime offenses in 2024. And as of the first semester of this year, we have trained a total of 2,347 target participants. And we expect to exceed 12,000 trained officials and law enforcement agents for the year, Your Honor. More importantly, this sub-program recorded a high prosecution success rate on monitored offenses. From merely 80.53% in 2024, the accomplishment rate for the first semester of 2025 is now 95.38%, Your Honors. For our corrections program, the Board of Pardons and Parole was able to act upon 99.96% of inmate records, applications, and petitions relative to parole and executive clemency in 2024. This has been maintained for the first semester of 2025 with a rate of 99.97%. On the other hand, Your Honors, the department, through our Board of Claims, has acted upon 100% of victims' compensation claims both in 2024 and the first semester of 2025. In addition, of the various requests for legal services pending within a prescribed period, the legal staff of the department has acted upon 94.26% of those requests in 2024, and we achieve a higher rate for the first semester at 97.15%, Your Honors. Next slide. For our law enforcement services, Your Honors, the NBI was able to conduct more than 50,000 investigations and was able to process more than 6.7 million applications for criminal records clearance in the previous year. For this year, Your Honors, the NBI has attained a similar rating and will achieve a higher number of clearances issued and investigations conducted for the year. On the other hand, Your Honors, the Bureau of Immigration processed at least 97.70% of international airport passengers coming in and out of the country within 45 seconds upon primary inspection in 2024. This is slightly increased to 99.53% for the first semester of this year, Your Honors. The BI also processed 100% of immigration and registration documents within 6 days from receipt, both in 2024 and the first semester of 2025. Next slide. For our corrections agencies, the Bureau of Corrections managed a daily average of 53,617 inmates under its custody for 2024. And for this year, Your Honors, this increased in the first semester by 998 inmates. Out of the inmate population, around 97% participated in various reformation and rehabilitation programs of the Bucor, both in 2024 and the first semester of 2025. In addition, Your Honors, the Parole and Probation Administration was able to ensure that 98.88% of its supervised offenders in 2024 were compliant to their probation and parole conditions. Further, 97.31% of the clients of PPA in the same year participated in their rehabilitation programs. As of first semester of this year, Your Honors, the PPA maintained its high performance in these indicators. For the legal services agencies, Your Honors, the Public Attorney's Office secured favorable judgment on 83.63% of its cases in 2024 and was able to achieve a high alternative dispute resolution success rate of 91.41% in 2024. For the first half of this year, Your Honors, the PAO continues to record high performance results. On the other hand, Your Honors, the Office of the Solicitor General, the OSG has acted on 99% of the cases it handled in 2024 and resolved all petitions for naturalization in the same year. As of the first semester of this year, Your Honors, the OSG continuously attained high ratings for its performance. Similarly, the OGCC, the Office of the Government Corporate Counsel, has achieved a 100% accomplishment rate on pleadings filed within the prescribed period for 2024 and the first semester of 2025. Your Honors, next slide. In the case of the LRA, the Land Registration Authority, the agency has issued 93.62% titles within the prescribed period in 2024. Meanwhile, the PCGG reported around 2.24 billion pesos of recovered amount and proceeds from administration of fully taken or sequestered assets in 2024. As of the first semester of this year, Your Honor, the PCGG has accomplished more than half of said figure and has remitted already 1.3 billion pesos to the National Treasury. Lastly, Your Honor, the Office for Alternative Dispute Resolution was able to train 2,090 ADR practitioners and implementers in 2024 and has acted upon all applications for accreditation and approval of ADR training programs. Similarly, for the first semester of 2025, Your Honors, the OADR has already trained 945 ADR practitioners and implementers. Overall, Your Honors, the whole department remains steadfast and optimistic in sustaining, if not surpassing, its high performance results. If I may proceed in the presentation for the proposed budget for 2026. Next slide. Your Honors, this pie would show the total 2026 program budget of the DOJ, including its constituent and attached agencies, amounts to 43.653 billion. This is compared to 42.189 billion for year 2025. As you may note, Your Honors, the DOJ budget for 2026 is only 0.64% or less than 1% of the total national budget for 2026 of 6.793 trillion. Next slide. On the overall, about 64.29% is for personnel services. This will include budget for salaries and other compensation of employees. Only 24.73% is provided for maintenance and other operating expenses, while 10.98% is allocated for capital outlay covering various agencies of the department. Next slide. This would show the comparative GAA allocation for 2025. Also, this slide will also show, the next column would show what we proposed for 2026 budget, and what is included in the NEP now would be shown in the third column, the 2026 NEP, and the last column would show the percentage change. For fiscal year 2026, Your Honors, the department-wide budget proposal submitted amounts to 133.81 billion. The total budget recommended in the 2026 National Expenditure Program is only 43.653 billion. This is slightly higher than the GAA of 2025. Next slide. This slide would show our comparative budget for 2025 and 2026 by allotment class. Details on these figures will be shown later with the permission of the honorable members of the committee. May I proceed in showing the next slides, as it will show the budget for each agency, Your Honors. Your Honor, for the Office of the Secretary, under the GAS, the General Administration and Support Budget, this would show the budget for the GAS, the support operations, and the operations relative to law enforcement services, correction services, and legal services. The Office of the Secretary or the Department of Justice is given a budget of 10.844 billion pesos, wherein 82.11% is for PS, 14.05 is for MOE, and 3.84 is for capital outlay. Next slide. For our law enforcement, yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, I think we have the budget summary already.
Yes.
And we can see the very small increases for the OSEC and the other agencies, and the reduction of 3 agencies. So I would suggest that we already start with interpolation, so that we can thresh out the different agencies, what they lack, and what they are in the needs of this, of the OSEC and the agencies.
We submit, Your Honor.
Is the Secretary okay with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Secretary Boying Remulla and Yusek Vida. So in accordance with our rules, we will first allow the minority to ask questions. And for each of the interpolator, we are allotting 5 minutes each. So we start with the minority, independent, if any, and then the majority, and alternating. And then the first bell, yan, see, automatic. That means I also only had 30 seconds also. So when the bell rings, the interpolator, the honorable members of the committee and on this house, will have 30 seconds to wind up. But because I'm a very kind chairman, we can allow a few more minutes. Is that okay with you? Yes, because after all, we're only about, I can see here, just about just 18. In the other agencies, 30 plus, 50 plus. Dito. So they believe already in the DOJ. That's why they're not here. Okay, so can we now start? So let me call from the minority. The first congressman to question is the former senator, former Secretary of Justice, the Deputy Minority Leader, Laila de Lima. You are recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone, to my dear colleagues, and especially, of course, to the DOJ family, Honorable Secretary Boying Remulla, and the various heads of offices of the attached agencies, and the other officials of DOJ. Welcome, my previous family. Okay, looking at the data, I'm very impressed about the disposition rate and the prosecution success rate. These are indeed very impressive figures. The disposition rate for NPS, meaning under PI or preliminary investigation, is 99.08%. Can you categorically tell us that this is actually attributable or mainly attributable to the change in your threshold or your standard in preliminary investigation from the probable cause to reasonable certainty of conviction? Is that the primary reason or something else? Is just a small factor?
Thank you, Your Honor. The threshold that we raised for reasonable certainty of conviction as a standard
Yes.
has contributed a lot to the success rate of our cases. But of course, there are other factors that come into play, and this is the fact that the prosecutors and the law enforcement officers work closely now together, which means that we are able to build the evidence.
That is the ideal setup. Mr.
Yes, that
Secretary.
ideal setup. We're still encountering birth pains on this, but we are very much pursuing this approach towards prosecution, that the law enforcement agents are always there to work with the prosecutors. This has really given us a different kind of approach to cases, meaning to say, when we file a case in court, we are always ready for trial.
Yes.
We are ready with the evidence, and we can even file a motion for continuous trial when necessary.
Yes.
So that is, I think, the reason why we have a better success rate now.
Can you say that our prosecutors, the members of the NPS, have been really compliant with that new standard or threshold? Is there a way for you to check whether those cases that they are disposing of has actually adhered to this new threshold?
Well, mostly, yes. But there are some who, of course, are still resisting the changes that we are trying to implement within the DOJ. But more or less, the people are complying. Our prosecutors are complying with the new standards that we set. And the success of the DOJ is actually because we are there every day to go to work, and we're always ready to take on the problems that the country has. And that the prosecutors know that they can always go to the DOJ and talk to the secretary and the assistant secretaries and the undersecretaries for any query that they have on policy.
Yes.
So I think that the presence of the leadership always at the DOJ helps with the morale of the people, of our people, in pursuing their jobs.
Tama naman po itong reasonable certainty of conviction. Mas magandang po sana kung medyo matagal-tagal na natin itong ina-adopt. And my question is, if the cases are already with the court, is there any way also, any mechanism of your office that you're adopting now that could check not whether or not these pending cases can really continue? Di ho ba? Because I actually raised it during the briefing before the Justice Committee. I know for a fact, Mr. Secretary, that normally you would not really interfere in the work of the National Prosecution Service if it's still at the preliminary investigation stage, because you have to await because there is a review process already also all the way to your office, to the office of the Secretary. But is that really a hard and fast rule, a very stringent rule, that there is no way for the Secretary to inquire into what is actually happening with respect to individual cases, especially the so-called profile cases or sensitive cases being handled with the National Prosecution Service? Isn't it a matter of duty also, the Secretary? It may not be really a legal duty because the rule now is no interference as much as possible. But I think you can always have that qualification, as much as possible. Do not interfere with the work of the prosecutors with respect to preliminary investigation. But isn't that don't you think it's an unreasonable rule?
Actually, what we're trying to avoid at that level is the miscarriage of justice.
Yes.
And what we are trying to do is to give the prosecutors as much autonomy as possible, given the fact that there are thousands of cases that are going on at the same time within the whole country.
Yes.
But however, if there is a miscarriage of justice that can happen, and our attention is called to it, we make sure that we step in. Otherwise, we have to give our trust and confidence in the people
Yes.
who risk their lives every day to prosecute these cases.
Yes.
It's really more of a fatherly attitude towards everybody to make sure that they are able to do their jobs well.
Yes.
But in exceptional cases where the law is being weaponized or there's some grave miscarriage of justice, such as non-bailable cases being filed, or even converting the prosecution service into a collection agency, then we step in.
Yes.
Because that should not be the case at all.
Because when we say miscarriage of justice, that works twofold. It's not just about really sending to jail the guilty ones, but also saving the innocent ones from unlawful prosecution, which may turn out to be persecution, especially political persecution, right?
Yes, ma'am. That's very correct. We make sure that those who should not be prosecuted are not prosecuted. That's why we raise the standard, the standard from probable cause to reasonable certainty of conviction, because we are trying to avoid the weaponization of the law. And I think this happened the past 10 years. There have been many cases where people landed in jail without any just cause, but just using probable cause. And I think that this weaponization has stopped already. Although we still hear of many habits, some things can be habit forming. Many law enforcers still think that they should be following a quota for the accomplishment quota.
Yes.
And that, I think, is what we have to reform right now.
Okay.
Completely.
Thank you. Now, witness protection program. I understand, based on the briefing in the Justice Committee hearing, that there are less than 600 witnesses now under WPP, and that you have a 98.8% conviction rate. And I know also, as the Chief Administrator of the Witness Protection Program, the Secretary of Justice is ultimately the administrator of the WPP. We have to be very circumspect in accepting people under the Witness Protection Program. And my question therefore is that the policy now of the good secretary, being circumspect, selective? You cannot just cover anyone from the witness protection, anyone under the Witness Protection Program.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, we are very, very circumspect and very conservative in accepting people to the Witness Protection Program, because the first requirement, of course, is that the person is telling that whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
And we have to we have to at least interview the person through a panel, or even through yours truly. I personally involved myself in the interview of many of these witnesses. So it's really, the Witness Protection Program is really meant to protect those who will tell the truth, to make sure that convictions are made of people who are charged for crimes that have affected society in so many ways.
Totoo po ba na si Mr. Curly Discaya applied for Witness Protection Program?
Not yet directly. There were feelers sent to us. There was information sent to us. But of course, it will not, the door is not closed, but we have to have to follow a process that we can interview the person and make sure that they have written statements that we can rely on, and other factors that come into play when we evaluate a witness. Your
Okay,
Honor.
thank you. Pao, I would also say that with respect to the work of the PAO, it should also be, that office should also be more circumspect in representing non-indigent clients. because I know that the first test is the indigence test. That is the regular mode of representation by a POW lawyer. But there is also the second type, which are the non-indigent special cases. What are the standards for that? Doon po ako nagugulan. Walang problema doon sa indigent, basta ba it passed the test of indigency in terms of income, in terms of financial status. But yung mga tinatawag ng mga special cases, there have been several cases na represented, the clients are represented, either witnesses or accused, by POW. But they're not exactly indigent. But, so my question is, paano ho ba ito? Wini-way. I had to ask that because nagtataka po ako kung bakit yung mga inmate witnesses na mga present nila doon po sa mga kaso ko, ng mga pending pa, were actually being represented by POW. When these are drug lords, convicted drug lords. So what was the standard used there? And I cannot just be citing my own cases, but I think there are other cases na ganun po.
Our deputy chief from the public attorney's office is here to answer that question. Annalisa Soriano, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. With the kind permission of the Secretary of Justice and the Chairperson, for our regular services, Your Honors, we do observe our indigency tests. But for non-regular services like provisional services or instances where a client or an applicant need legal assistance so as to prevent injustice, we assist them without application of indigency test, provided that they will later on comply with the indigency test.
But the standard there, provided they are what? Provided
That limited services only, Your Honor. Provisional and limited services only.
yes,
And
but
also, we assist clients without applying the indigency test if we are called upon by proper government authorities to render legal services to other persons.
so
Your
may I
Honor.
just propose, Mr. Secretary, that we should be able to apply special standards also with respect to POW's acceptance of the non-regular types of clients. Just a proposal.
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, we also tap the POW when there are people who are under custodial investigation.
Yes.
In special cases, we make sure that they have counsel, whatever the case may be, so that we can continue with a follow-through investigations on these people.
Okay.
And there are other cases where the POW comes in as a special counsel to many of their clients, and that's where the conflict arises, because sometimes they take on other cases that are not related to criminal cases. They take on special proceedings, which is something that we will be discussing soon with the POW chief, because we believe that these conflicts of interest and other matters that are not for indigent people should really be avoided.
Yes. Board of Claims. I think you will agree with me na yung amount there. That's what, 10,000? That's the basic.
10,000, yes, ma'am.
And 1,000 pesos for what's the current benefits now, or
The Secretary Deo Marco
the
will
amount of
answer that.
claims?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. With the permission of the Secretary. Right now, we are still following the old law, which limits us to 1,000 for unjust detention.
For each month?
Yes, for each
For
month.
each month of unjust incarceration,
Yes.
and 10,000.
And 10,000. That is true, Madam Chair.
It's ridiculous. 10,000 and then 1,000. So ako po pala, kung magka-claim ako, I will be able to receive 90,000. 10,000 as the basic,
Yes.
and then 1,000 for each 80 months po ako nakakulong. So kung mag-a-apply po ako, 90,000 pala. 90,000, almost 7 years of unjust incarceration. So let's look into this. If we
Mr.
can
Chair.
get a proposal from the department,
Mr. Chair,
how do we update
there's
the
already
amounts here under the
there are
Board
already
of
pending
Claims?
bills, Madam Chair, and we are requesting for your help for the amendment of this very outdated law. Thank you so much.
Okay, NBI, Director Santiago. Judge Santiago. You have tendered your resignation.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that, and then the reason why you're still here, because your resignation has not been accepted? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I just actually want to tell you to reconsider. Are you not reconsidering your offer or your resignation?
I have stated in my resignation that I will stay put, continue my duties until my reliever shall have been appointed.
Okay. But your decision to resign stands.
I leave it to the
Your appointing
discretion of
authority.
the President, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's not exactly irrevocable. Kasi kung irrevocable, you won't stay anymore. Okay, anyway, yung tungkol naman po sa NBI, I agree na dapat i-upgrade yung forensic capability.
Yes, ma'am.
Very, very important. And then yung tungkol naman po sa sharing of intel with different agencies, mukhang nagkakaroon po ng problema doon. Sharing of intel with other agencies like the PNP, CIDG.
Yes, ma'am. We share information. May ginawa nga pong task force ang ating Secretary of Justice, lalo na tungkol sa mga kidnapping cases, na we work together with the PNP and other law enforcement agencies.
Is my time really up? I heard the bell already.
You can have one more question.
Okay, one more question
Yes,
to
Secretary.
Bucor, please. Bucor Director General, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Opo, dalawang punto lang po, yung tungkol po sa, well, by the way, thank you so much for responding to the points raised in the resolution that this representation has filed with respect to the complaints of the group Kapatid as represented by Miss Fides Lim. May mga ilan-ilan po silang mga reklamo, lalo na sa mga body searches. And also, I think Miss Fides Lim was banned, is now banned. Is that a permanent ban?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, my question is, pag siya po nagdadala ng pagkain, nagkakagulo po doon. Pero pag representative ng ibang kapatid, wala na pong gulo. Kasi pumipila sila, sumusunod sila sa protocol, sa regulations. And doon sila sa entrance pumapasok, hindi sa exit. So, my answer is, we have to really enforce our rules and protocol. But I think we can punish her for 6 months ban.
So
just
it's
to
not
show.
really a permanent ban because it is characterized, it's been characterized as a retaliatory permanent ban. Tama po ba yun?
Mr.
Pwede po ba
Chair,
kayong mag-impose ng ganun? Permanent ban.
Nangyari po yan, Mr. Chair, kasi na-ban na po siya first time. And then nung nilip po yung ban, inulit na naman po niya. So I think she has become a recidivist, and we cannot tolerate it, Madam Chair, Madam.
Anyway,
Congressman.
we have further opportunity to further discuss that at the committee level.
Yes po,
Dahil
we
nga
are
po
willing.
dun sa resolution ko, Resolution 116, which you graciously responded to already. But we will further discuss about it. Isang punto na lang po sa Bucor, yung inyong sa food allowance po and sa medical support for the PDLs. What's the current rate po?
Sir Chair, Madam Congressman, now the NEP made the food to 100 pesos from 70.
From 70.
But we also asked another increase for the medicine from 15 pesos to 30 pesos, and it was not granted. Maybe it can be granted in this forum, Madam Chair.
So are you formally asking to reconsider and to revive your proposal from
Yes,
the NEP?
with the
From the
permission of my secretary. Yes, Madam Chair.
I would endorse that, Mr. Chair, that we consider that increase. Kung mas maganda nga, even the food, I think 100 will not. It cannot. 100. Ano pong klaseng mga pagkain yon? So if we can really raise it to whatever is the nakayang level. So I would be proposing that, Mr. Chair, at the proper time. Thank you very much, DOJ. Wala na po akong time, so wala na yung ibang tanong, hindi na pwede. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minority Leader Laila de Lima. We go now to the majority. First to ask question is Representative Julio Cesar Vergara.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Secretary. Ang tanong ko naman po ay hinggil sa prosecution. At itong mga iba't ibang probinsya na kapuna-po na kulang yung ating prosecutors. At the way I understand it, I'm a neophyte. Meron pong bill tungkol sa hazard pay. And ang akin lamang po ay sana magkaroon po tayo ng kamukha po sa Kabanatuan. 25 po yung dapat na piskal. 10 lang po ang nandun. So, may mga lugar po ay kasabihin, konting-konti po yung piskalya. Kaya po, marami po sa, including judges na po to, judiciary, nakiusap po sa akin, hinggil ro sa mag-file po ako ng bill sa dangerous drugs. Ano po? Kasi masyadong konti po ang dami para ikaw ay makulong. At nahihirapan po sila doon sa bagay na yan. So, ako po ay nag-author ng bill at yun po ay aking inaalagaan kasama po si Congressman Richard Gomez. At tinake up na po namin sa naturang committee. So, yun po ang isa sa mga concern ng mga piskalya po nyo. Ako po ay nagsilbi po sa Department of Justice as utusan Man Friday ni Fprrd Ordonez. Yung sa Solicitor General's Office, doon po ako nag-umpisa bilang Chief of Staff at saka Man Friday lang po ang tawag ko sa akin. Utusan. So, yun lamang po ang unang aking itatanong. So, sabi nung mga iba, timely and accessible justice should not be limited to yung mga malalaking syudad lamang, kundi sa buong Pilipinas. Yun po, Mr. Secretary.
Yung kakulangan po ng piskal, sasagutin po ni Undersecretary Vida.
Permission of the chair. Maraming salamat po sa inyong katanungan. Ganito po yun, mga Your Honors. Nung pag-upo po ng July 1, 2022, nakita po itong kakulangan dahil ang datos po natin meron po tayong 2,775 plantilla positions. Meron na pong existing na batas, yung RA 10071, yung tinatawag pong NPS law. Nakatalagay na po doon kung ilang korte, bawat korte dapat may 2 prosecutor. Newly created, so medyo maganda po yung formula. Subalit po, sa napakatagal na panahon, since 2010, wala pong kasunduan ng DBM at DOJ kung paano pupunuan yung mga posisyon. Kaya po noong 2023, natapos po sa ilalim po ni Secretary, nagkaroon na po ng Joint Memorandum Circular ang DBM at DOJ. So mula po 2,775, sa kasalukuyan po, 3,046 na po ang positions natin. Ang nakasalang po ngayon sa Office of the President, 2 batch na po yung naipasa namin, 215 prosecutorial positions. Ngayon po, may nakasalang po sa Office of the Secretary, another 196. At ang pangako po ng DBM before the year end, another 235 positions they will release. Ang sabi po ng DBM is, this is a journey, Yusek. Hindi talaga namin kaya one time. Unfortunately, hindi nagsimula ang journey noong 2010. Nagsimula lang po ang journey noong 2023. Kaya po ang usapan namin ng DBM, and we're doing our best na by 2028, we are provided the ideal number of prosecutorial positions, which is 3,800. In addition, meron po kaming na-justify sa DBM another 600 prosecution attorney positions. Ang kabigatan lang po, Your Honors, kasi yung prosecution attorney position, si Secretary po ang nag-appoint. Under the NPS law, Prosecution 1 to Prosecution 5, Prosecutor 5, P1 to P5, presidential appointee po. So, there are things beyond our control, yung timelines po in releasing the appointments. This is the situation, Your Honors. But we're basically in the middle of the journey, Your Honor.
So, naintindihan ko po at maraming salamat po sa sagot nyo. In the meantime po, nabanggit ko nga po kanina yung concern ng mga piskal, ng mga judges. Kasi yung ating mga jails, na-overcrowd with many detainees charged with small cases. Ang asawa ko po'y bumibisita sa aming mga BJMP jails and nakapagpagawa nga po siya ng mas maganda to the help of the DILG. Ngunit ang problema po na nakikita, kumisan po yung hindi na nga drug-related cases, nagtatagal po silang masyado doon sa mga jails na nandun. So, nagnakaw lang ng manok. Totoo po ito. Nagnakaw lang ng manok. Abutin ka 10 taon. Opo, pwede po, marami po kaming kaso na ganun lamang po. Nakakaawa po yung tao dahil sa halip na siguro magkaroon po sila, ma-rehabilitate po sila, ang nakakasama po nila iba't ibang uri na ng mga kriminal, siyempre po meron pong impluensya na makaka-influencer sa kanila na maging hindi maayos na citizen pagka neighbor, mga dispute na malilit lamang. Napakarami po nun. Sana po ma-consider rin po nung Board of Pardons and Parole nung ako'y nariyan, Bureau, sa inyo po, na para sa lahat po sana natin ibigay yung katarungan. Yun po. So,
Mr. Chair, may I be allowed to respond? Please proceed. Yusek Andres.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. Understandably, because of the lack of sufficient prosecutors, we have to do with the existing plantilla positions handled by the prosecutors. So there is one innovation that we did to address small criminal cases cognizable by the metropolitan or municipal trial courts, consistent with the higher threshold that the Secretary enforced on the filing of cases. We are presently also causing the review of cases pending before the first level courts, meaning the municipal and metropolitan trial courts. And when there is no sufficient evidence to continue the trial of these cases, we seek the dismissal of the cases themselves. So this will free up a lot of the dockets, and the court dockets will be declogged, similar to our higher threshold for filing of cases
we have filing less than half of the cases, but good quality cases ready for trial. So with this dismissal of cases, the prosecutors can devote their time to the more important ones. Thank you, sir.
May dadagdag lang po ako. Yung piyansa po kasi ng mga taong nakakulong, kung ito po available, inilagay na po namin sa 10,000 na lamang eh. Yun na po yung maximum na piyansa na kinakailangan, recommended po ng ating Department of Justice. Minsan ho, nagkakaproblema lang kami sa mga ibang piskal ang hindi nila gusto na i-implement yung 10,000 peso bail. Pero yan po yung nire-resolve namin within the department. Pero nakikita nyo ho 10,000 na lamang ang piyansa sa lahat ng kaso na available po. Hindi na ho namin, except siguro sa estafa, tsaka yung mga financial crimes na mas mataas-taas ang piyansa, pero lahat po ng krimen ngayon, 10,000 na lang po ang piyansa. Yun nga, ang problema, hindi nalalaman ng tao, hindi nag-a-apply ng bail. Ang karamihan po ng mga nakakulong. Pero karamihan po niya, bailable po eh. Kaya lang hindi ho na yung piyansa. Hindi ho na asikaso.
Maraming salamat po sa paglilinaw at sana po matulungan po nyo kami na ako po sanay na nasa local government lang dahil 27 taon po ako nagsilbi bilang mayor ng Kabanatuan. At pagkatapos po ako, before that, yung national exposure ko is with Office of the Solicitor General and Department of Justice nga po. So, doon sa...
Yung sa yung sa shabu po, kanina yung binabanggit nyo, sa drugs, baka marahil po, mas mahalagang mapag-usapan din natin yan, sapagkat kinakailangan po namin ng tulong ng Kongreso tungkol dito. Kasi napakarami pong taong nakakulong. Gabutil lang po ng shabu ang lumalabas na ebidensya. Minsan nawawala pa yung butil, natutunaw. Wala na rin ihaharap sa korte. Marahil kung pag-aralan po ng Kongreso kung ano ho talaga ang threshold ng drug possession, o kaya yung sa drug pushing, yung kung gaano karami po yung tolerable at non-tolerable. Kasi nangyari po dyan, ang dami pong naplantahan na maliliit, parang gapalay na shabu, tapos nakakulong po ang tao. Yun po yung sinusubukan namin palayain. Ngunit, ayun nga, minsan mabagal po ang proseso. Kaya kailangan po namin ng tulong talaga ng local government, kailangan po namin ng tulong ng IBP, at lahat po ng maaari pong tumulong sa amin dito. We can take on just the jails. We've been doing it for the past 3 years. Ang sa corrections po, yung mga nasentensyahan na, we have released 25,000?
23,000,
23,000.
Mr. Chair.
Ang pinakakawalan na po namin, based on maximum sentence, pinag-aralan po namin GCTA, at yan po hindi nagagawa dati, sapagkat ang karpeta ho nun ay tinatago ng mga gwardya at hindi ho nakukuha ng mga prisoner. Ang ginawa namin, na-computerize po namin yan using the resources of European Eurojust, no? Tumulong po sila, nag-project po kami, na-computerize po namin ang lahat ng karpeta ng lahat po ng sentensyadong tao. Ang problema pa itong BJMP, hindi ho nakakabit sa amin, nasa DILG pa. Ngayon, pinag-usapan po namin yan ni Secretary John Vic, at may balak na kami talagang ipasa na ang BJMP para ang criminal record po isang habol na lang, isang haba na lang. Kasi nga, pag naglilipat po ng opisina, hindi ho nabibilang lahat ng naging pagsilbi ng time of detention. Kaya yun, marami ho talaga problema, pero mahalaga yung sa drugs, dapat pag-aralan muli ng Kongreso ang Dangerous Drugs Act kasi napaka-draconian po niyan. Minsan nasisira ang buhay ng tao sa isang sandaling pagkakamali ay nakukulong sila ng panghabang buhay. Dapat po siguro pag-aralan natin kung paano natin itatrato itong problemang ito.
So, sa ngayon po ay last week po ay nag-file po kami ako ng bill bilang author and nag-co-author po si Congressman Richard Gomez. Ano po ba talaga ang dapat na gramo. Ideally, na let's say drugs po. Ano po ang dapat na gramo?
Ano ho yan? I think,
Secretary, that will be the last question, and please answer them. That will be the last.
sige,
one more
marahil ho, sa
question?
isang,
After this,
You have one more?
sa isang hearing
One
po,
more.
marahil,
One more. Please continue, and then we'll
ang
give one more
PIDEA
to...
kailangan natin makausap, ang Public Attorney's Office, lahat po ng na nakakasama po sa problemang ito na tumutulong upang maayos ang mga kaso, matapos ang mga kaso, marahil po lahat sila kailangan makonsulto natin kung ano dapat ang threshold natin, tsaka kung ano ang approach ng ating lipunan sa drug problem. Kung ito ba ay health hazard, ito ba ay may second chance pa, o ito ba talaga ay draconian na one strike, you're out. Meron naman po ba ang ating tingin? Sana po mapag-aralan po ng Kongreso.
Thank you, Secretary. So last question, please.
The very short interjection related to this one.
We will allow you, Congressman Dumogan, but our rules, Section 10, does not allow any intervention when our interpolator has the floor. But I will allow you. But notice to everyone is that Section 10 prohibits anybody from intervening, or commenting on the time of the interpolator. Please proceed. Can we allow Congressman Dumogan first?
Thank you
You
very
are the
much.
exception because the first one.
Very short. Thank you
Wala
very
po,
much,
wala
Mr.
po.
Chair. And the one interpolating. Maraming salamat. Good afternoon to the DOJ family. My interjection in relation to this one is we filed before the pre-trial order release that will cover all of this one regarding these kinds of crimes of this nature, so that we release the accused with certain parameters and limits. I hope you will support that, because I talked with the provision of office already. We will refile that bid.
Opo, basta release or recognizance po, suportado po namin.
Yeah, thank you.
Salamat po.
so,
Thank you. Last question to Congressman Julius. Yeah, please give your last
Okay.
question so we give to the others.
bibilisan ko na po. So, marami rin po ang pagsasamahin ko na lang po yung last question. Dapat dalawa pa eh. Marami po ang, dahil nga puro sa hirap ng trabaho, doon sa mga inyo pong mga pinangangasiwaan ng mga ahensya. Ang mga prosecutor po ay humihingi ng hazard pay. At balita ko po ay ito po ay naging bill ni Speaker Romualdez, pero hindi pa ho yata na tatapos. At ang pangwakas lamang po ay sasabihin ko lang po na kino-comment ko ho kayo sa the DOJ family headed by Secretary Remulla for initiating the conduct of training for the PNP investigators through the training and educational program for DOJ prosecutors and law enforcement agents, TEPLEA. So, in 2024, ang alam ko po ay 1,800 participants. In 2025, 1,600 participants. At kinukomenta ko rin po yung pinili nyo na si Assistant Secretary Eliseo Cruz at ganoon rin po si Undersecretary Vasquez na yung asawa ay nagsilbi bilang RTC judge sa aming lugar noong pong 2004 or hanggang 2008 po. So, ako po ay produkto ng DOJ at mahal ko po kayo. Ako po ay sasabihin ko lang ho sa inyo na sumusuporta sa inyo. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Representative Julius Vergara. Now we go to the minority, and we go to Representative Paulo Henry Marcoleta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, at magandang hapon po sa mga opisyalis po ng DOJ. Mr. Secretary, nung nakarang linggo po ako po ay nagtanong sa inyong nakababatang kapatid ng isang katanungan. Ngunit ito po ay hindi niya nasagot. Baka sakaling kayo pong makasagot sa pagkakataong ito. Tinanong ko po sa kanya kung magkano po ang nagugol sa pagdakip at pagpapadala sa ating dating Pangulo mula dito sa Pilipinas papuntang The Hague.
Hindi ko ho kayang sagutin yan. Unang-una, sa nangyaring yan, aking pong contact dito ay through telephone. Ako po ay nasa Vienna noong panahon na yon. At pinupunta, ang aming pong pakay noon ay pumunta sa United Nations Office of Drugs and Crime. Kaya nasa Vienna po ako noong panahon na yon. Kaya hindi ko ho nakita yung dami ng pulis. Hindi ko ho subaybayan yung mga resources po na ginamit upang madala po yung dating Pangulo sa The Hague. Pero ngunit masasabi ko, wala hong nasaktan, wala hong nabawian ng buhay, at maayos po siyang nakarating sa Hague nang wala hong incident. Kaya kahit paano, pasalamat po tayo na hindi na po, wala na hong na-disgrasya sa pagkakataong iyon.
Opo, so sino pong nag-order na dalhin po siya doon kung kayo po ay nasa ibang bansa?
Ano ho yan? Halos 10 oras po akong nakikipag-usap by telephone. Mula po sa oras ng Europa, papunta po rito, sapagkat yung legal basis po ay pinag-aaralan at kiniklear nila sa akin. Kaya ako po nagbigay ng legal basis under Republic Act 9851, Section 17, and other sections of the International Humanitarian Law.
Ngunit di po ba sinabi, paulit-ulit na sinabi ng ating Pangulo na tayo po ay nag-withdraw na sa Rome Statute, tayo po, the ICC has no jurisdiction over us, at I will not lift a finger in the investigation of any crimes regarding ICC. Kung ganun po ang policy pronouncement ng ating Pangulo at hindi niya kinikilala ang pagiging miyembro natin sa ICC, sino po ang, kumbaga, hindi sumunod sa pronouncement na ito? Ba't nagpatuloy pa tayo sa pagdakip sa ating dating Pangulo?
Ang problema ho kasi dito, nung nag-withdraw po tayo sa ICC, sa Rome Statute, hindi na ho tayo miyembro. Ngunit yung batas po na ating pinasa noong 2011 na Republic Act 9851, yun po ang naging basihan ng lahat. Kung ito po ay ating tinanggal sa ating legal system, yung batas na yun, kaakibat ng ating pag-atras sa ICC, wala na hong basihan sana. Ngunit nandun pa ho yung batas na yun, Republic Act 9851.
Di po ba bilang parte ng kabinete ng ating Pangulo, tayo ay nagsisilbing alter ego ng ating presidente? At sa paglabag sa kanyang kagustuhan, hindi po ba nagkakaroon ng breach or violation ng trust and confidence? Na kung saan ating hindi tayo tumatalima sa ninanais ng ating Pangulo na kayo ay pwedeng maging subject or vulnerable to any administrative liability.
Alam niyo ho, ang pagtatrabaho po sa gobyerno ay sako po yan sa marami hong desisyon na ginagawa natin sa araw-araw. At hindi ho nakataga sa bato ang lahat ng ating desisyon o kaya yung lahat ng ating paningin. Maaari po itong magbago sa pagdating ng panahon, sa bawat panahon. At marahil nagbago po ang aming pagtingin sa usaping ito nung dumating po yung pagkakataon na talagang ando na ho ang Republic Act 1951 At lahat po ng factor tinitingnan po natin sa security po ng ating bansa.
Does the former president pose any security threat? Kahit ganun na siya katanda.
Marahil yan po ay dapat tanungin natin sa NSA natin kung ano ho ang naging evaluation ng panahon na yon. Basta't sa akin po, ang aking clearance na binigay ay sa legal basis. Ang legal basis ng kanyang pagpunta sa The Hague. Yun po yung ating trabaho bilang legal counsel po ng gobyerno.
So pwede po tayong tumaliwas sa kagustuhan ng presidente. Kahit tayo
Hindi
ay
ho tayo
parte ng...
tumaliwas, marahil ho, nagbago rin ang lahat sa ang kanyang paningin sa usapin nito. Hindi ho nga, sabi ko nga kanina, hindi ho nakataga sa bato ang lahat ng ating paningin ng panghabang buhay. Minsan nagbabago po. Yun po yung ating pagtingin dito.
Ayan po. Yun po kasing mga pangyayaring ito nung dinakip ang ating dating Pangulo, it poses some questions that need to be answered. Halimbawa, what is the role of the DOJ Secretary in high-profile law enforcement operations involving political figures, including former officials? How does the DOJ ensure that such operations are impartial, conducted strictly within legal bounds, and free from political interference, or not influenced by political pressures, especially when they involve a former head of state? What is DOJ's accountability if evidence later shows that its actions were weaponized for political purposes?
Kami ho, ang aming gabay dito, rule of law. Yun po yung aming mantra dito, yun po yung aming sinusunod. At yun po ang dahilan kung ba't meron po tayong Department of Justice, rule of law po, para humaayos ang lipunan natin at tahimik po.
Thank you. My last question po, Mr. Chair. Sa presentation niyo po, nakalagay dito, there's a 100% completion rate ng mga applications for witness coverage dun po sa Witness Protection Program. 100% in 2024, and for the first semester of 2025, 100%. Ngayon pa lang po yata kayo magkakaroon ng 99% dahil parang hindi nyo tatanggapin ang mag-asawang diskaya sa Witness Protection Program. Ano po kaya ang magiging dahilan natin kung bakit hindi natin sila tatanggapin? Sila po ba'y nakausap na natin? Sabi po ninyo, you will conduct a diligent, a thorough interview of the couple and you will assess their statement. Nagawa na po ba natin ito?
Hindi pa ho. Hindi pa tayo umaabot sa bandang yon sapagkat mainit po ang naging talakayan sa Senado, mainit po ang nagiging exchange ng mga pananaw. Wala ho kami sinasaradong pinto. Ang mahalaga lang, may proseso po tayong susundin para ma-evaluate po ang testigo. Ang mahalaga po, nagsasabi ng totoo at talagang kailangan ng testimonyang yon para yung buong katotohanan, para maabot po natin lahat ng dapat natin maabot sa pagbungkal po ng kaso upang maparusahan po yung dapat parusahan.
Opo. If you will, have you gone over the sworn statement of the couple, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair?
Wala pa ho akong kopya. I have not been provided with a copy of that nor any letters. Wala ho ako nakukuha pa. Everything was in a phone conversation. Kaya nga hindi ho kayang magdesisyon kaagad based on the telephone conversation. Kailangan po may proseso talaga tayong sundin.
Opo, kasi kung if I may appraise the Secretary, marami po siyang binanggit ng mga personalidad doon at mukhang detalyado. Baka naman ito ay magkaroon ng konting merito dahil hindi naman po ito basta-basta lamang. Ito ay sinumpaang salaysay na pwede naman natin pag-aralan at lalo ating suriin kung talagang meron pong katotohanan dito.
Totoo po yan. Susuruin po natin yan. Ngunit marami rin po tayo itatanong na mahalaga para maging kompleto po ang kasaysayan ng lahat. Kasi kung sila po ay 15 taon na nangongontrata at ay ikikwento nila ay 3 taon lang, marahil kulang po yon. Kailangan po malaman natin yung buong kasaysayan ng kanilang pangongontrata at kung ano ang kanilang dinaanang patakaran at yung mga sinasabi nilang obligasyon. 15 taon dapat mapag-aralan po natin lahat yan at sabihin nila sa atin kung ano talaga ang naganap sa mga panahon na sila'y nangongontrata mula 2007 hanggang 2025. Hindi lang po 3 taon, ngunit yung buong kasaysayan po ang ating gusto makita. Para masolve po natin itong problemang ito na bumabagabag sa ating bansa ngayon. Iyon po yung mahalaga, kung may testigo hong ganun kahaba ang kasaysayan sa pangongontrata, marahil mas marami sila mabibigay sa ating mga pangalan, mga petsa, project, engineer, at kung sino po mga mambabatas, kung sino man ang nakialam sa mga kontrata, yun po yung kailangan natin malaman. Hindi lang po yung 3 taon o 2 taon na kanilang binigay sa kanilang unang sulumpang salaysay.
Mr. Secretary, papayag po ba kayo if we will broaden the scope of the investigation to include the years 2007 up to 2025?
Opo. Kailangan po talaga we get to the bottom of this kasi yung bansa po natin ang nakasalalay dito. Ang bigat na ho ng saloobin ng Pilipino. Kailangan po malaman nila yung kasaysayan nito. Kung kinakailangan po umabot tayo sa 1998, gawin po natin para makita ho natin kung saan tayo dapat pumunta at saan tayo paparoon. Yun po, hindi tayo matututo pag hindi natin nakita ang buong kasaysayan po at sistema na umiiral ngayon na mula po noong mga panahon na yun.
Ano po kayang posibleng possible grounds that they will be denied their application for witness protection? Di ba sabi po...
Ano ho kasi yan? Testimonial evidence po yan. Ang mahalaga po, ilabas din nila yung mga dokumento. Yung kanilang records, yung kanilang mga ledger. Lahat po yan dapat open to scrutiny. Wala ho sila dapat itatago na kahit ano. Yun po yung hinahanap natin talaga sa mga tumitestiga po as state witness. Mahirap po mag-alaga ng state witness, sinasabi ko sa inyo. Kasi ako ho, I take it upon myself to talk to these people and to know their state of mind, their security. And I spend a lot of time doing this even on Sundays. I can tell you that. Kaya hindi ho ito biro sa akin. Ito po ay isang misyon na ating ginagampanan upang magkaroon ng hustisya sa ating bansa.
Okay, maraming salamat po.
Salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Representative Paolo Marcoleta. Now we go to the majority. Representative Tony Boy Roman.
Good afternoon to the DOJ family and also the attached agencies. Tony Roman from the 1st District of Bataan. First, congratulations on the impressive case disposition rate. It's almost perfect, 100%, almost. But then, so my question is, do you have data on a granular basis to show the respective performances of the different regions or maybe different provinces? And for those that are struggling to maintain a high or impressive disposition rate, what kinds of interventions have you done? And whether these interventions are reflected in the budget? Compound question, if you will allow, Mr. Chair.
Yes, if I may, Your Honor, yes, definitely the data can be made available. We can disaggregate per region, per province and per city prosecutor's office. Bataan, particularly. Your Honor, we've done intervention, but basically the NPS law allows already for that. With the passage of the NPS law 10071, the regional prosecutors per region already is like a mini a sub-secretary in that particular region. So we are able to designate or assign other prosecutors within the region. But still, ang problema po namin, Your Honor, is the pie na pinagkukunan. Yung kanina pong pinag-usapan natin na the ideal number is 3,800. Then what we have now is 3,000 lang po yung plantilla position. And there are around 400 pending appointment pa ho. So, but we see that the journey, we will be over the hill by year end. Hopefully, when the Office of the President gives out those appointment papers, we will be over the hill na po nitong data na to.
So you feel that it's the shortage of prosecutors that explains basically why some localities are lagging behind?
Yes, that's the biggest factor here.
To what extent have you compensated for that using technology, in particular AI? And also, to what extent does your budget reflect your investment in AI?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, to respond to that, we have not employed any AI platforms, but suffice it to say that we are innovating in many ways. For instance, we are lessening the trial time because when we file the case, it is already trial ready. And most of the time, our convictions come due to the plea bargain. The accused, faced with the enormity of the evidence against him, will opt not to go to the full-length trial, but instead accept a plea bargain for a lesser penalty. And that has been the mode now of disposing cases, that they are now convicted based on the plea bargain. So that shortens the trial time and gives the prosecutors other time to devote it to more important matters.
So my next question then is, why hasn't the DOJ looked into using AI to basically facilitate the discharge of its responsibilities?
Well, AI is a tool that we can actually use in the DOJ. It's the speed at which AI computes many permutations and possibilities is actually beyond belief. But it's just for real. And we will just have to adjust more to AI as a tool than anything else. Honest to say, we have considered it, but we don't know where to start when it comes to, let's say, budgeting, on the applications, on the experts that we have to deal with. That these are not yet open market. This is not yet an open market matter. But we have a chief technology officer in the DOJ who can school us on AI and probably suggest ways by which we can use AI to make our operations more efficient. Thank you, sir.
My next question is, earlier, nabanggit po yung weaponization of actually criminal statutes against the vulnerable sectors. I know that you have an ongoing collaboration with the Department of Agrarian Reform to basically put a stop to the practice of filing criminal cases against farmer beneficiaries. Ano hong status nun? And because I am informed that that practice has continued, no? Na at root, the case is actually agrarian in nature, but then when there's an opportunity to make life difficult for farmers, ang ginagawa po, kinakasuhan ng iba't ibang kaso. Anong status nun?
Actually, I remember that case. It was Attorney Chris Monsod who went to the office to try to help the farmers, and we committed to help the farmers. It's just that we need people who will take the cudgels for them and follow up with us, so that we can be watching over the case closely. Kasi every minute that passes, may bago kaming kasong hinahawakan sa Department of Justice. But we just need a person who will follow up with us on these matters and remind us of things that have to be done regarding special cases like Bataan. I still remember that the family name Liton is attached to the case, and they were charged with ordinary crimes, but it was actually an agrarian dispute. That I know, I remember up to now.
Yes, that's the particular case, but there are other names as well, not necessarily confined to Bataan. I guess what I'm trying to understand is, at the local level, there are prosecutors. So the prosecutors, the moment a complaint is filed and the counter affidavit is submitted, the counter affidavit will alert them whether this is agrarian in nature at root. So that is, for me, tantingin ko po, Ms. Secretary Remulla, that is the trigger that should alert them that to further investigate to see if it's really a grudge complaint. So I think, hindi ko lang alam po kung yung mga prosecutors at the local level are informed or have been advised about this, about the on the collaboration that you have with the Department of Agrarian Reform, so that they know to actually police and screen these types of cases?
Opo, ang problema ho kasi sa agrarian dispute, like any land dispute, diyan po talaga very emotional ang tao. And actually, yan po yung source ng gera at maraming conflict sa buong mundo natin. Lahat po yan, from Gaza, to the real estate of Gaza, to the real estate of Bataan, isa lang po storya niyan. Who wants the land and who wants it more? Tapos, how far are they willing to do? How far are they willing to go to get that land to their ownership and possession? Yan po ay pwede namin i-assign sa aming regional prosecutors, I think. Meron silang overview ng terrain, ng nangyayari po sa kanilang mga region. And kailangan lang po talaga namin private sector people who will remind us, and even government people, let's say congressmen, representatives, will remind po our regional prosecutors about these things happening. Kasi sa dami nga nung kasong humahawa o umiikot, a little push from your office will go a long way. Pagdating po dito, the regional prosecutor of Region 3, the provincial prosecutor of Bataan, these should all be informed ng opisina nyo. And you can also give us furnish us a copy of every letter you sent to them so that we can follow up on this, sir.
Thank you, Secretary Remulla. My next question is, earlier pinag-usapan po yung Witness Protection Program. I assume that to qualify or to benefit from the Witness Protection Program, you should qualify as a state witness, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I think one of the requirements there is that you have to be the least guilty.
Yes, not the most guilty.
Not the most guilty.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Somewhat guilty. My question is, for provincial ordinances that are criminal in nature, does the, and this is a legal question, no? I'm trying to pick, so any legal minds, including Chairman Rufus, can chime in. Meron ho ba kapangyarihan ang local LGU na magbigay ng immunity to basically for an ordinance that is criminal in nature?
Parang wala pa ho tayo sa puntong yon. But it's something that can be considered, sir. Local problems, local ordinances can actually put people in jail for 3 days.
Hindi po.
3 days
Ano,
pa.
at the discretion of the court, kailangan ho merong dumaan sa korte pag meron hong kulong. Hanggang ano lang ho, penalty, monetary penalty ang pwedeng ipataw.
Fine lang ho. No? Well, yun nga, ang mahalaga talagang, well, we have to study that. No? Kung ano ho talaga, kung hanggang saan, kailangan, saan ang kamandag ng sangguniang panlalawigan. Hindi po natin alam kung gaano kalayo talaga ang pwedeng abutin yan. Alam ko yung mga curfew. Nung ako po yung member ng sangguniang panlalawigan ng Cavite, yung curfew ordinance was fully discussed during my time. Pero yung yung aspects that are penal and criminal in nature, hindi ho namin nadaanan masyado nung panahon ko po sa provincial board.
Kaya ko natanong kasi kung ang Pangulo may kapangyarihan na magbigay ng immunity, ang katumbas po ng Pangulo sa local level ay ang governor na pwede magbigay ng immunity para mapatupad ang isang criminal ordinance. Maganda ang aking position, so sana meron. But
no, kasi ang witness protection program only for grave felonies.
Correct.
Punishable by 12 years and 1 day. 12 years and 1 day up. Yan po yung pwede hong bigyan po ng witness protection. Pero below that, hindi ho kami pinapayagan ng batas.
Is Department of Justice open to legislation that will stiffen penalties for people who take kickbacks from social assistance programs of government?
Dapat po, malversation po yan. Dapat po talaga ma-check po natin yan. Kasi sa panahon ng ayuda, pag meron po nagsasamantala, ay doble po ang talo ng bansa. Mahirap po yan.
And this legislation would have to my mind, include a witness, a witness protection feature and also immunity. To embolden people who want to cooperate.
Pwede
and
ho yan
speak up.
kasi ang malversation po, lalo na pag lumampas po na 8 billion, 8.8 million pesos, ano na ho yan? Life imprisonment na po yan. And it's a grave felony po ang malversation. Kaya pwede ho yan. I think that's is very important para ho ito mga gantong payout program ng gobyerno hindi po mapagsamantalahan. Nakakaawa po naman po ang taong bayan.
Thank you, Secretary Remulla. To the representative, I'm sorry I didn't get the name from the Public Attorney's Office. My question is there any plan on raising the indigency threshold?
We already revised our operations manual in 2021, Your Honor. We raised the indigency thresholds to 24,000 in Metro Manila, 22,000 net income in other cities, and 20,000 in other municipalities. Net income, Your
Yep.
Honor.
Is that
But-
definitive? In other words, if I earn more than 22,000 net outside Metro Manila, I will not qualify.
That is the indigency threshold at the moment, Your Honor.
Is the Public Attorney's Office complying with the Supreme Court case that says that it is not subject to conflict of interest at the office level?
With the conflict, we are fully complying with the provision of the CPRA or Code of Professional Responsibility and Accountability in handling conflicting cases, Your Honor. However, the manner of handling cases differs depending on the resources and location of the district and regional offices, Your Honor.
No, actually, let me clarify my question. Kasi kadalasan ganito nangyayari. Merong isang lalapit sa inyo. Tapos nun, tinulungan nyo. Tapos yung kalaban lumapit sa inyo. Tapos ayaw nang tanggapin kasi nauna daw yung kabila. Now, the Supreme Court has said that the bar, the conflict of interest, only applies at the individual level. But on the office level, you can put up a Chinese wall so that you can represent both parties, provided that there is no collusion or exchange of confidential information internally.
Yes, Your Honor. Sometimes, Your Honor, in handling cases, even the division or the head of the office is actually involved in handling the cases. So if an opponent approaches the district office and the first client was already assisted by the lawyer, including his or her supervisor, we would refer the cases to the nearest district office, Your Honor.
Okay. Last question, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please.
To the Parole and Probation Board, given the budget that is allocated for the Parole and Probation Authority, is it sufficient, insufficient, given the problems that you have? And if so, what kinds of reforms do you need? Alam ko, Mr. Chair, compound, pero talagang kinocompress ko na lang.
With the permission of the Secretary, hindi po kulang po ang budget ng Parole and Probation Administration. Kulang po siya because ang workload ng isang probation officer ay 1:400 probationers per officer. Mabigat po ito because nagsusupervise siya at saka nag-i-investigate at the same time. Kailangan po namin ng modernization law to uplift the salary grade of entry probation officers, Your Honor.
Aside from that, what else? What kinds of reforms are you seeking?
Apart from that, we need to restore our budget from the PAD's anti-drug strategy para po mabigyan kami ng 48 million for next year. We will hire 150 case decongestion assistants to deal only with the congested cases that we have. Thank you, sir.
Just to put on record, Mr. Chair, I'm
Please
actually
proceed. Yes.
I've been meeting with parole and probation authority to actually address their needs, and they will have I filed legislation to actually address those problems, so that to capacitate them so that they can do a better job. On that, after that, wala na ako tatanong, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Representative Roman. So from the majority, we go back to the minority, and we have Deputy Minority Leader Percy Sendanya.
Marami pong salamat, Mr. Chair, and magandang hapon po sa DOJ family led by our good Secretary, Secretary Remulla. May nakita po akong post recently na isa kong kababata. Ang sabi po niyang ganun, dati daw po ang pinapanood niya ay Netflix, pero ngayon daw po ang pinapanood na niya ay ang mga hearings natin dito sa Kongreso. Sign daw po na nakakaedad na siya. Yung aking pong first set of question is about a group of people na, opo, nakakaedad na, pero unlike yung mga kababata ko, hindi po nakakapanood ng ating hearings sapagkat sila po ay mga PDLs. So the question is, may datos po ba tayo kung ilan po ang ating mga senior citizens o mga elderly na ngayon po ay nakakulong sa mga jails at sa ating pong prisons?
Yung sa jail po, wala ho tayong data. Nasa BJMP po yan. When it's correction sa Bucor, probably General Katapang might have the information available.
With the permission of the Secretary, Mr. Chair, maybe about 500 to 1,000 are our senior citizen, and they are likewise catching up with age. That's why one of the bills that we want to ask from Congress is the medical parole bill, Mr. Chair.
Marami pong salamat, and thank you for mentioning this recommendation to the House of Representatives for that particular legislation. Doon po sa 500 to 1,000, medyo malapad po yung range, no? Ilan po kaya doon sa ating mga elderly yung may malubhang karamdaman?
Right now, based on our meetings with the DOH and other government agencies, mga 100 plus po, Mr. Chair.
May I ask, what is the DOJ doing to address the issues and concerns of our elderly na mga PDLs?
Yun nga po, we're filing a bill for that purpose, and then of course if they are really incapacitated, naggawa po kami ng kulungan, so-called kulungan na kubo-kubo na lang. Ang tawag namin kanlungan ni Lolo. So they are not anymore inside the jail, but they are free to move around so that may fresh air. And then of course, yung nga po, we are transferring them to Palawan because congested po kami dito sa Muntinlupa, Mr. Chair.
Makikita po ba natin ito pong binabanggit ninyo ng mga interventions po sa inyong budget? Kasi po naniniwala po ako kapag priority natin isang bagay, dapat po meron tayong allocation para dito.
Opo, Mr. Chair, nag-allocate po kami sa MOE namin. Although hindi po capital, dapat po capital outlay yan, pero talaga pong pinipilit namin na ma-address ang ating mga senior citizen and of course sickly. Ang gusto namin sana maipasa 70 years old and above, and then yung iba pa nga po doon terminally ill na, kaya gusto po namin maipasa kagad itong batas na ito.
Marami pong salamat, and you have our support in passing this very important legislation. And Mr. Chair, I would like to request the DOJ to make a submission of these items that were mentioned by our resource person. Ito po mga nabanggit natin, pag kinumpara po natin sa karanasan sa ibang bansa, talagang ibang-iba. Halimbawa po sa ngayon, ang buong Pilipinas po updated do sa mga kaganapan sa The Hague. At nakita po natin doon kung paano yung the wonders of due process and good legal representation is being afforded and accorded to former President Duterte. Siguro po yung apila ay sana po yung the same compassion ay ma-extend din po sa ating mga elderly na PDLs na nandito po sa ating bansa. I'd like to move on to my next topic, Mr. Chair. Meron po ako ditong kanina, 3 piso. Wait. Bala ko po sanang i-flip, kaya lang baka mahuli ako kasi Cara Cruz po yata yun. Ano? I understand na dito sa Pilipinas, kapag tayo po ay nahuling naglalaro ng Cara Cruz, ay maaari tayong makulong dahil ito po ay considered illegal gambling under Presidential Decree 1602. Sa talaan po ng DOJ, ilan po ang mga kaso ko ng Cara Cruz na inyo pong pinoprosecute?
Ano kasi yan eh, wala kaming available data sa ngayon, sir. Beg your pardon for that, no? Pero, yun po yung isa sa mga problema natin sa quota system nga ng pulis. Kasi nga, yung drugs tsaka yung Cara Cruz ay ginagawa nilang pampuno para meron silang accomplishment. At hindi pa ho naaalis yung ugaling yan sa marami nating kapulisan. Ngunit marami naman po hindi na ginagawa. Hindi na naman sila, nawawala na naman yung setup, shabu setup na sting. Tsaka ang problema ho, yung illegal gambling, minsan pinapatulan pa rin ng ilan sa ating kapulisan. Sana po, yan lang po yung prahil ay papag-usapan na lang namin muli. At pag nakausap ko po si PNP Chief Natates, ay babanggitin ko po sa kanya itong problemang ito upang magkaroon tayo talaga ng isang polisiya tungkol dito.
Marami pong salamat doon sa plan of action na nilayout po ng ating pong Secretary of Justice. Kasi sigurado po ako kasama doon sa mga kasong ito, yung kaso nung tatay ni Dion Angelo de la Rosa na namatay sa leptospirosis dahil naghahanap po ng pampiyansa na 30,000 pesos. And sigurado po ako, yung mga tipo noong tatay ni Dion Angelo, wala po talagang kakayahan para po i-raise yung piyansa na 30,000. Though earlier the good secretary made mention about yung putting a cap at 10,000.
10,000 po talaga ngayon ang cap natin sa piyansa.
At marami pong salamat for that, Mr. Secretary. I hope that we can work together with the DOJ like the earlier recommendation on how do we address itong ganitong gaps pagdating po sa pag-update ng mga batas. Governing, for example, ito pong usapin ng Cara Cruz. Kasi po talagang it's a great injustice kapag yung mga katulad ng tatay ni Dion Angelo, nakukulong, kinakailangan magpiyansa, pero yung mga ibang nagsusugal po, katulad ni DPWH DE Alcantara, ay nakakapagkasino po ng hindi nakakahuli. At hindi po nahuhuli. Ayan po. For the last set of question po, very quickly lamang, sapagkat na-raise ko na rin po itong isyong ito kay the SWD Secretary during their hearing the other day, ito pong usapin ng USAEC o yung online sexual abuse and exploitation of children. Napansin po natin na ngayon po, ayon sa report ng CHR, there are almost 2.7 million reported incidents of USAID in the Philippines. Isa po tayo sa mga red hot spots po dito pagdating sa krimen na ito. At ngayon pong 2026, 4 times po ang increase ng budget sa anti-cybercrime enforcement. Kasali po ba dito ang pagresponde sa USAID?
With the permission of the chair, may I respond?
Please proceed.
Mr. Chair, para sa budget ng NCC o SAIC-CSAM, dun sa proposed po sa NEP ay bumaba po ang aming budget. Mula 51 million bumaba ng around mga 25 million po. Kaya isa po sa mga hinihiling ng mga taga-NCC o SAIC yun ay hindi lang i-restore ang budget ng NCC o SAIC kundi madagdagan pa ng konti. Dahil tama po ang ating representative na napakamahalagang laban po itong kontra o SAIC.
Pakiulit naman po for the record yung pong ating hiling pagdating po sa usapin ng pagdagdag at pagbalik po pag-restore ng ating budget. If we can again put on record that exact amount that we are requesting so that this committee may consider this very important item when the time comes.
Yes. Mr. Chair, the amount that was approved under the 2026 NEP was 26 million, and we are asking for an restoration to 51, not restoration to the 51 million, which was awarded for last year, total budget of NCC OSAIC for last year, at the very least 51 million, but also an increase subject to the discretion of this committee.
You have this representation support, and we hope that this committee will consider this very important item when the time comes. Again, marami pong salamat sa DOJ family.
Thank you very much. Our Deputy Minority Leader, Percy Sandania, thank you. We go now to the majority Representative Franz Vincent Legaspi. You're recognized.
Thank you, thank you, Honorable Chair, to the DOJ family. Welcome. And first, I'd like to echo the sentiments of Kong Laila de Lima earlier. I've observed the budget briefer that you presented, and I think compared to some of the other agencies that we've invited for the past few weeks, the expenditure rate is very commendable. It's very efficient, and I'd like to congratulate Secretary Remulla for this the efficient use for the past year. And I hope this trend continues, Secretary. So just like to make that wider manifestation and perhaps a few short questions with some of the attached agencies. So first to Admin Jerry Sirius of the Land Registration Authority. So Admin, good afternoon. I'd just like to provide a few short manifestation and just one quick question. So some of my constituents have raised that that the LRA still has the more traditional processes, services in terms of filing, duplicate copies, and upon further research, admin, I think it was because the charter of the LRA is still anchored on a presidential decree. Please correct me if I'm wrong, or a Commonwealth Act, if that's another issue to take. Would you be supportive of a possible bill that could include, because this ties in with the Modernization Act that we have, especially with e-filing, electronic filing. So I'm hoping if we could incorporate that in the services that LRA already provides in order to provide a perhaps better continuous use of service with those that transact with your good agency. So
good afternoon, Mr. Chair. With the kind permission of the Secretary, of course, the LRA will support any effort in the modernization of our services. In fact, currently we have been following the directive of the President towards full digitalization. So we are currently undergoing the improvement of our processes, and we are very grateful to the Department of Budget for providing us some budget despite the tight fiscal space. They've provided us with some budget with regard to our modernization efforts. So to answer your question, Mr. Chair, we are indeed supportive of any bill or any law that will promote the modernization of our services.
thank you, admin. So just to clarify as well, if ever we attempt or try to craft a policy that would amend the charter or amend, at least update the original charter, or at least the law based on where your charter is originally based, would that be okay with your department?
Yes, Mr. Chair. As you have mentioned, the LRA is currently following a very old law. We are following PD 1529, otherwise known as the Property Registration Decree. It is quite old and is really, there's a need to update and modernize, to come up with a new law that will help in the modernization of the agency.
Thank you, admin. Good to hear, at least, and thank you for your support as well if you ever we attempt to do that. My next question now would be directed to, well, more of a manifestation as well, because I'm from Palawan. I'm based in Palawan, and recently when I participated in the meetings with the Department of Migrant Workers, they mentioned that there were they apprehended 4 scam hub workers in Palawan, and it was in partnership with both the Bureau of Immigration and I think the Interagency Council Against Trafficking. Correct? I think. And I'd like to comment first that, and I also want to urge perhaps the Bureau of Immigration or the IACAT to strengthen or to have further partnerships, especially with local government units or any local organization, because in our province, in Palawan, this I think is it's relatively new, it's a novel thing. We didn't really experience this before, and it was surprising, especially with our local officials. And while that point of entry, while we cannot predict the points of exit for many of the traffickers, I believe that in order to prevent such further attempts, we could try to partner. I urge further partnerships, consultations of where the possible exits could be, so that we can plug the gaps of these traffickers and to prevent the trafficking of our migrant workers. So another commendable effort by the Department of Justice. And just one last quick question to General Katapang. Sir, good afternoon. You mentioned earlier that the Bilibid prison is currently overflowing, or that it's over capacity, and that you are sending some of the other inmates to Palawan. How is the current capacity in Palawan currently, General?
With the permission of our secretary, Palawan is 29,000 hectares. And if you transfer all the PDLs from in Bilibid and give them half a hectare each, it's still very wide.
Very wide.
That's why Palawan will be now Palawan is a sleeping giant, and it can be also used for productive means while the PDLs are there. That's why we are transferring them, because we want also the PDLs to have a new life in Palawan. What will happen in the future is when the PESA zones are created, it will be an agreement between the PESA zone locators that they will hire PDLs as workers. And when these PDLs already served their sentence, they will be hired as regular employees. So you expect, Honorable Congressman, that you will have more people in Palawan who will help Palawan develop its resources for better use.
Thank you, General. So it's suffice to say, at least so far the space, it's okay. There's no threat of overflowing. There's no threat yet of an influx, an unexpected influx of inmates from Bilibid as well. In that case, we welcome all developments as well, General. Just tell us how we can partner and help, and looking forward to your plans, to supporting your plans in the future.
Yes, Mr. Chair, because the purpose of Palawan is also to be a food production center. We know pretty well that we are having food. We want to have food security, especially in Palawan, make sure that Palawan will be sustainable. But in the end, if there are excess food that we can make available here in Manila, we will also find ways and means to send food here in Manila with the use of food storage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, General. I think I've also observed your participation in the Department of Agriculture committee briefings, and I think I urge, or rather, Mr. Chair, I urge the good General to have at least more of those partnerships in the future. And as a last manifestation, seeing as my time is up, I'd just like to commend as well the very active leadership of the new Solicitor General, my former dean in law school, Soljan Berberabe. Thank you, ma'am, for your service, and thank you for your attendance here this afternoon. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I give the floor.
Yes, can our Honorable Solicitor General give a reply?
Thank you very much to Congressman Franz Legaspi, who is a student at the UP College of Law, and whose leadership also in his organization has been very active in the donation of some infra projects for the UP College of Law. Thank you also for your support for the Office of the Solicitor General. Thank you.
Thank you, Lelen. And we thank Representative Franz Legaspi, and we hope that you continue to donate to the UP College of Law. So thank you. After the Honorable Franz, we now go to Representative JP Padiernos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating kagalang-galang na Secretary Boying Remulla, ating mga attached agencies, sa ating Solicitor General, NBI Director, PG Katapang, And of course, I'd like to especially mention my former boss, Chief State Counsel Dennis Chan, and my contemporaries, ASEC Miko Clavano and USEC Marge Gutierrez. So, magandang hapon po ulit. So I just have a first question. Before I make my first question, I noticed, na-mention na po to kanina, yung mga major accomplishments ng ating DOJ, especially on the case disposition rate. From the time that Secretary Boying assumed office, 92% to 99% last year. Malamang this year, Mr. Secretary, 100% na po. At of course, yung ating case backlogs na decrease. My first question is, what significant changes have you done, Mr. Secretary or Mr. Chair, para po na-accomplish itong ano na to, na numbers po na ito?
I think that our attitude towards work is very important. We go to work every day. And actually, many of the things that we're doing, the reforms we're doing in the DOJ, were already being discussed at the UP College of Law when I was a freshman. But nobody ever took the time to really lay out these reforms and make them work. And I think that it's just the courage that we had to undertake these reforms that made us more successful in many ways. Among them would be raising the threshold of probable cause to reasonable certainty of conviction. The other one is case buildup. The fact that we obligate the prosecutors and the policemen to work together. And many other reforms that I think are so important in prosecuting cases. And of course, the result of that would be better evidence, better cases prepared, and better prosecution. If that is done, as I said earlier by Undersecretary Vida, many people end up on a plea bargain because they know the evidence was prepared properly in their cases, and that's what the lawyers would advise them. So it's really the fact that we are succeeding is because we listened when we were young to the things that had to be done, and when our turn came, we did what had to be done. I think that's the most important.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that. On ano naman po sa PUCOR naman po kay DG Katapang. So as of May 2024, nabanggit na rin po kasi kanina ni Kong Legaspi, the national prison system had an occupancy rate of 337% with the new Bilibid prison and at 258%, and yung CIW Mandaluyong po natin at 309%. What is the DOJ's catch-up plan to reduce prison congestion under the 2025 to 2026 budget and 2026 budget?
With the permission of our Secretary, Mr. Chair, our catch-up plan really is something that we have to look into, in as much as even if our budget for the last 3 years has doubled. From when I came in, it was only 5 billion. Now I was able to increase it to 10 billion, but it won't matter because you know pretty well, Mr. Chair, that Bucor has been forgotten for 50 years. There's a lot of things to catch up. The last prison and penal farm that was established was even during the time of the father's president. 1973 po yung huling kulungan na pinagawa doon pa sa Leyte Regional Prison. After that, nakalimutan na po magpagawa. Kaya po talagang umabot ang congestion rate hanggang 500. Nung umupo po ako dyan sa NBP o sa Bucor, 350% po yan. Naipababa na po natin ng mga 250 na ang ginagawa po talaga natin ngayon is nagpalaya po tayo ng 23,000 for the last 3 years. Ito pong record na ito ay ang record ng mga, nalampasan po ang record ng mga previous administration. Yung pinakamalaking napalaya ng previous administration in 6 years ay 21,000 lang. Ngayon, tayo nakaka 3 years pa lang, 23,000 na po ang napalaya natin. And then of course, yung order po ni Secretary Boying Remulla na sirain lahat yung kubol. Nung sinira po yung kubol, lumuwag po ang mga kulungan. Kaya ngayon, maaliwalas po sila. Kaya my offer is a standing offer na I invite you to visit the Bucor o New Bilibid Prison to see for yourself yung nagbagong sitwasyon dito sa ating bayan. Tuloy-tuloy po kaming naglilipat pa ng mga PDL kasi po nga sa Palawan 29,000 hectares, kaya kahit bigyan mo tagkakalahating hektarya bawat PDL sobra-sobra pa po yung lupa. So we will convert also our properties. Ang utos po ng ating mahal na secretary is to list them out. Kaya po may mga ongoing negotiation tayo, pati itong MVP. We will repurpose po yung MVP because it's already unattainable. Unattainable na po yung sitwasyon natin doon kasi napaikutan na po tayo ng mga first class subdivision. Ayala, Alabang, Portofino, Ebia, and Billiar City. Kaya po ililipat na po natin sila para sa ganon magamit din. Ang utos po ng ating mahal na secretary is maglagay din ng government center doon and then government housing. Yung susobra po doon, ipalis para makaraise ng pondo para magpagawa. Kasi po talagang hindi kakayanin ang budget kasi yun lang naman po talaga kaya ng ating gobyerno. Kaya nga po, kung mapapalis natin itong mga properties na to, kikita tayo mga hanggang 10 billion to 15 billion a year. Kaya makakatulong po yung budget na o yung pagpapalis ng mga properties natin sa Bucor properties po.
Meron akong dadagdag lang. After 7 or 8 months into our term in the DOJ, we already made studies about decongestion and how to design a proper jail for it to run according to world standards. We need regional jails in the country. What we need is jails that will bring many of these inmates closer to their families para meron silang bisita. Ang dalaw kasi, pag nawala sa isang nakakulong, ay parang nawawalan sila ng pag-asa sa buhay. Kaya yun lang talagang gusto namin gawin. At yan po ay ilang beses ko nang hinarap sa ating mga kasama sa gobyerno, sa mga nag-aano ho ng salapi natin, nagpaplano kung paano gastusin ang salapi natin. Ngunit parang hindi narinig at hindi ho natuloy yung aming mga hinihingi na ganito. Kasi kagaya po niyan, ang Muntinlupa po 20 yung maximum ilan na tao?
25,000
maximum.
Maximum po na ibaba na po natin ng 10,000 na lang po.
10,000 na lang ang maximum security prisoners natin. Nung umupo kami rito, 22,000 ang laman nun. Talaga nag-uumapaw po ang tao sa maximum security. Yan po maximum security, yan po i-design para sa 5,000 tao lang. 5,000 tao lang talaga ang disenyo niyan. Yun po yung wala na ho dapat mega jail. Dapat po, yan po ay naka-spread out sa buong bansa at ang laman ng bawat kulungan, prison, ay dapat 2,000 to 2,500 lang maximum. Yun po yung humane standard na sinet ng UN Office of Drugs and Crime. Ang problema, ay hindi naging priority sa infrastructure natin. At nilapit namin sa DPWH yan, sinabi namin yan, ngunit hindi po, parang wala ho sila naririnig pag ito po pinag-uusapan. Bakit ho? Kasi napaka-stricto po na standard ng building. Pag ito in-estimate natin na 3 billion ang halaga ng isang building na maglalagay ng 3,000 tao, 2,500 people, ay ilagay nyo sa ibang project yan, mabilis, tsaka tapos na. Ito po may standard na sinusunod. Siguro maliit ang kita, kaya ayaw nilang gawin. Pero sa totoo po, ito yung mga kailangan natin para tayo igalang sa buong mundo bilang a humane society. Kasi ang ating pong pagtrato sa ating mga nakakulong is a reflection of what we are as a country. Kaya sana, kung maririnig po ng mga ibang kasama natin, ay bigyan natin ng priority itong persons deprived of liberty. Yun po yung talagang problema eh. Napakasimple po, ando na po lahat ng figura, ando na po lahat ng justification. Ngunit yung will na gawin yon, eh magkano lang ba ang kailangan kung tutuusin? Wala hong 30 billion pesos. Wala po. Eh, budget po yan ng isang probinsya lang sa flood control eh. In the past 6 years. Pero totoo po yon. Budget lang ho ng isang probinsya yan. Hindi pa ho yan priority. Pero kung yun po ay ginamit natin sa pagpapagawa ng kulungan na matino, yung makukulong po dahil sa flood control, masaya po sana. Pero sa ngayon, hindi po sila sasaya. Kasi talagang napakahirap po ang kalagayan ng ating mga kulungan. Salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Follow-up question lang po. How much of Bucor's 9.2 billion budget is earmarked for new facilities versus rehabilitation programs? Kasi po, before you answer, Mr. Chair, kasi po bumisita po ako sa CIW Mandaluyong about mga last week po. And nakita ko po, medyo malala po talaga yung itsura ng ating nung facility natin doon. And I hope, tulad nga po ng sinabi, it's good to hear from the good secretary yung sinasabi pong para po mapalapit yung ating mga PDLs po sa kanilang pamilya. I just hope na yung ano po natin, we can get a commitment from DOJ that yung mga PDLs po na yung mga pamilya po nila, kasi karamihan nandito po sa Manila, ay hindi po sila ma-displace in other places like Palawan. So, yun po. Thank you
Yung
po.
yung kasi, yung CIW, malaki talaga yung compound na yan eh. 45 hectares?
Yes po.
Deo? 45 hectares, di ba? Pero ang naka-occupy na lang ng CIW ngayon ay natitira na lang ay
4
hectares?
Yes po.
So, ibig sabihin, puro informal settlers na nandun. Yan ang problema ng mga kulungan natin. Ang Muntinlupa, kung titignan natin, ang dami hong bahay doon sa paligid. Yan po ay marami po dyan, nagtayo ng bahay para makabisita lang. At doon na sila tumira para hindi sila malayo sa mga nakakulong. Yun po kasaysayan yan eh. Kaya nga sabi ko nga, i-reverse ho natin, ilapit na lang natin sila sa kamag-anak nila para may dalaw sila. At yun po yung aking apela sa Kongreso na sana po, habang nagpaplano kayo ng amendments, habang nagpaplano kayo ng gagawin sa kwarta na gugugulin natin sa infrastructure, unahin na po natin itong humane consideration na ang PDL ay ating iayos sa tamang lugar. Para naman, sabi ko nga, ang imahe ng Pilipinas ay naroon po sa ating pagtrato sa ating mga PDL. Sana po gawin pa natin ang paraan na gawing priority ang regional jails sa buong bansa.
I completely agree with that, Mr. Chair. Pero yung tanong ko po ulit, yung 9.2 billion budget for next year, is it earmarked for new facilities? How much po for new facilities? How much for rehabilitation programs?
With the permission of our Secretary, Mr. Chair, for the construction of new facilities, more or less about 600 million lang po. Kayang gumawa ng mga 3 dormitories na kayang mag-absorb ng mga almost 3,000 na PDL. Pero hindi po sasapat yon, kaya talagang we have to find ways kung paano kami hindi mapabayaan, and talagang kailangan namin talagang ipalis itong mga properties namin, lalong-lalo na sa Palawan. So, and then of course, nakikipag-coordinate po kami sa NCIP. Ang NCIP po ay mayroon po raw silang 1.4 million hectares. And they are willing to give us 1,000 hectares per region. Ang kapalit lang nga po is pag i-enhance na po yung skills ng mga PDL, tutulungan po yung mga katutubo i-enhance din ang kanilang skills at lalagyan din po sila ng mga karsada para kasi po yung mga lupa nila nakatiwangwang ma-develop din. Medyo malaki pong endeavor ito pero pagtutulong-tulungan po namin.
Mr. Chair, just for comment on our PDLs. DG Katapang, I'm actually filing a bill on Magna Carta for PDLs para po mabigyan natin. So I hope I can get support from the DOJ on this bill para po for the benefit of our PDLs. Punta po ako sa NBI. Yes, for the Director Jaime Santiago. So the NBI's crime detection and investigation program faces a major cut, mainly in capital outlays from 1.9 to 1.337 billion. How will this reduction affect ongoing modernization of crime labs, records, and cybercrime investigation capacity? And I'll just ask also the follow-up question. And given the growing threats of cybercrime and organized crime, how will the NBI meet its mandate under a reduced budget? Sorry po.
Yun nga po, sa kabila ng reduce ang aming budget, ay patuloy po namin na ginagampanan ng aming mga trabaho, lalo na po involving cybercrimes. Nakakahingi naman po kami ng ayuda sa ating butihing Secretary of Justice para makaganap kami sa aming trabaho sa cybercrime investigation.
So paano po, again yung question ko po, how will it affect yung ongoing modernization of crime labs po?
Yes, sir. Meron po kaming request for additional allocation to strengthen national security and intelligence operation. This amounts to 300 million.
Okay po. Sige po. Sige po. Thank you po, Mr. Chair. And on my last, with regard naman po to access to free legal services, PAO, wala po ba? Can you,
Our deputy chief went to the CR, but I can answer your question.
Okay po.
Your Honor.
So, in 2023 po, PAO served 633,527 clients. 70% of them in criminal cases. And PAO continues to enjoy 100% disbursement, showing absorptive capacity. With PAO's caseload growing, does the 2025 budget provide enough for additional lawyers or regional offices, especially in underserved provinces?
Yun po, with the permission of our Secretary of Justice and Mr. Chair, permission to speak, Your Honors. Kulang po talaga kami ng mga lawyers namin. So, meron pa hong kulang na 267 na items ang DBM na doon sa last year na budget po namin. And this year, meron ho kaming hinihiling na mga 87 positions po. Pero wala pa rin ho silang ibinibigay. So, ang ginagawa na lang po namin, talagang overloaded po yung mga lawyers namin. We adjust po our hearing dates para ma-cover up po namin yung mga kakulangan namin sa mga lawyers. Pero yun po ipipray namin sa inyo, Your Honors, na sana bigyan nyo kami ng budget para makapag-hire po kami ng additional public attorneys, lalong-lalo na po doon sa, meron po tayong bagong yung Magna Carta for Seafarers. Meron po din pong requirement po ang DMW sa OWA, humihingi po sila sa amin ng mga lawyers na sana naka-details sa lahat ng mga seafarers have, which is hindi ho namin yun may bigay kasi Ang mga lawyers namin sa court, hindi pa rin ho kami 1:1 dahil hindi ho included po ang aming appeals section and yung mga nag-handle po ng labor cases, hindi pa rin po included yon. Ang 1:1 lang po na binibigay nila ay yung kung ilan yung courts equivalent sa one public attorney, hindi pa ho namin namimit yon. So we ask your benevolence, yung awa ninyo sa amin na sana bigyan nyo kami ng budget for additional lawyers.
Mr. Chair, alam po naman po natin ng PAO plays a major role, especially sa ating mga kababayan po na hindi po maka-afford ng ating mga abogado. So I fully support yung ating request ng PAO for that. And I just would like to make a last manifestation, Mr. Chair. If
Please proceed.
Possible. Okay, so given the fact na sinabi po ng ating sa Bucor, yung minention po kanina ni Sec. Laila de Lima na 70 pesos po nung sinagutan niyo po, di ba po? 70 pesos lang po ang allowance or para po sa pagkain ng bawat PDLs natin. And then yung ating facilities, sa PAO, kulang po tayong lawyers, NBI, nabawasan pa po ng budget. I would like to manifest my full support for the proposed budget ng ating Department of Justice. And in fact, given what I just mentioned, I propose also an increase in their budget to help, to serve justice in our country to all of our countrymen. So I just hope mapagbigyan tayo ng ating committee dito po sa ating augmentation for the Department of Justice on their budget. So maraming salamat po at maraming salamat po sa ating Department of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Representative J.P. Padiernos, for your statement of support, not only for the present NEP budget, but for the increase and augmentation of the budget of the Department of Justice and other agencies. At this point, I'd just like to welcome our chairman former chairman of the Committee on Labor, Eric Pineda, is here. Thank you, Eric, for coming. So now, let me now go to the next interpellator. Eric Yap, is he present? Former Chairman Eric Yap? Wala. Then we go now to the Chairman of the Committee on Public Order and Safety. The Chairman is here, Representative Roland Valeriano.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, DOJ family, especially to Secretary Remulla. Sinira ni Kong Padiernos tong isang mic eh. First of all, I would like to congratulate Secretary Remulla and the DOJ family for a job well done. Alam ko na for the past 3 years, you're fighting hardened criminal. So, congratulations po. At during my first term as congressman, malaki yung natutunan ko kay Secretary Remulla. Seatmate ko siya before eh. So, tinitignan ko lang po yung budget ng DOJ, especially dito sa Anti-trafficking in Persons Enforcement, Competition Enforcement. Anybody can answer siguro, what is the function or the primary function of this agency? Ito rin ba yung Interagency Council Against Trafficking?
With the permission of the chair.
Sige po.
Yes, Your Honor, tama po kayo. Ito po yung Interagency Council Against Trafficking or yung tinatawag natin na IACAT. Ang tungkulin po ng DOJ under IACAT ay magsilbing chairperson ng IACAT na isang council na may mga 28 na member agencies, no? Kasama dito ang mga 25 na ibang government agencies at 3 NGO. Ang trabaho ng DOJ dito, bukod sa maging chairperson, ay sila din ay may hawak ng IACAT Secretariat na nagko-coordinate ng mga ginagawa ng mga iba-ibang mga member agencies kontrahin ng human trafficking dito sa ating bansa.
Yes, so very important po pala. Pero nakita ko rito sa budget ngayon, yung gaan nyo for 2025 is 119 million. Tama po?
Tama po yun, Your Honor.
At ngayon sa NEP, bumaba. 69 million. So halos, how much? Almost 50 million ang nawala po.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, what do you think what is the repercussion dito sa downgrading ng budget nyo? What will be the repercussion in terms of yung galaw ng interagency na to?
Madami pong repercussion to. Dahil yung budget po ng IACAT ay kinakascade natin yan sa iba-ibang mga task forces natin sa buong bansa. No? Madami tayong mga task forces sa mga regions at sa mga iba-ibang airports. Mabawasan po ng wagas ang ating budget para sa kanila at mas mahirapan sila na upang ipatupad ang kanilang tungkulin under the anti-trafficking law.
So, tinitignan ko po, for the past 4 years, halos pare-parehas, more than 100 million yung budget nyo. And now, biglang naging 69 million. Tama po?
Tama po yun, Your Honor.
So with that, Mr. Chair, I respectfully move for the restoration of IAC-80's budget to its 2025 GAA. Sana maging ka-level na rin siya ng 2025, maging 120 million. So I move, Mr. Chair.
The motion is noted.
Maikli lang po. Konti na lang. Mr. Secretary, ano po ang update nyo sa missing Sabongero?
May sapina na po yung mga persons of interest, respondents. At sa 18 po, due ang kanila counter affidavits. At ito po'y mabigat na kaso, pero mabigat naman po ang ebidensyang hawak ng DOJ dito. Kaya malaki ho ang mangyayari dito. Araw-araw po nakakakuha tayo ng human remains sa Taal Lake. Ang DNA lang, hindi pa namin napausad ng gusto. Kasi nga, marami pa ho mga families sa Sabongero na kailangan po natin kunan ng DNA. At marami po kasi dyan ay nagpabayad na at wala na sila. Nung isang araw naman, meron kaming hinuli na umaareglo sa isang pamilya, obstruction of justice. Ito po ay aming ilalabas kung hindi ho bukas sa Webes. At maliliwanag po namin ang ginagawa nila para mawala po ang mga taong titistigo at maghahabol. Kasi ito po kasi public interest na po to. Interest na po na estado to. Hindi na ho kayang bayaran ng pera yung pinagdadaanan ng ating bansa sa ganitong kontrobersiya. Kaya tuloy-tuloy po, araw-araw po, meron ho nangyayari. Hindi ho tayo tumitigil. At sabi ko nga kanina, yung mga people under witness protection, kinakausap ko po yan. Hindi ko ho pinababayaan. Kahit linggo, pag humingi na meeting, nagpupunta po ako. Personal ko pong inaasikaso itong programang ito. Kaya matibay po ang kaso natin. At it's a matter of time bago ho natin makuha lahat ng salarin dito. Makukuha ho natin sila.
So I hope po, the soonest the better. Hindi na nga soonest kasi alam ko 3 years, 4 years ago na po itong case na to, no? So malaki po ang tiwala namin sa inyo sa DOJ at sa iyo, Secretary Remulla. Salamat po and that is all, Mr. Chair.
Salamat po, salamat po.
Thank you, Chairman Roland Valeriano. Now, the next interpellator is Vice Chairman John Tracy Cagas. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At magandang hapon po sa pamilya ng DOJ at kay Secretary Buing, at saka attached agencies. A very short manifestation to support the budget and augmentation of the budget with DOJ. Last month po, I delivered a privilege speech tungkol sa prosecutorial independence. Kasi I am apprehensive na na-compromise yung mga independence ng prosecutor dahil sa yung support by LGUs, no? Local government units, provinces and cities to our prosecutors, which we know, no? Galing tayo sa LGU, kung tingnan mo ang kabuuan, okay naman tingnan, no? It's good. Pero ang problema, na-compromise yung nila, independence ng prosecutor. So, ang tanong ko ngayon, how can we may insulate the prosecutors from the influence of the LGUs, no? Lalo na maging sabi mo, maging weaponized siya, maging weapon siya against yung mga media, dissenters, journalists, ang kalaban ng the one who sits in power, no? So yun ang ko. That was the gist of my privilege speech. Kung paano, meron ba tayong mekanismo na gagawin na to avoid these prosecutors being compromised, no? So that's my question.
With the permission of the Secretary, Your Honors, we're in the middle of drafting a DOJ modernization and optimization law. It's a bill, no, which we intend to propose. It's basically, we do understand at the DOJ that interdependence is okay, overdependence is not. Kasi po sa ngayon, yung mga tao po namin sa field, we have 248 offices nationwide. 17 regional prosecution offices, 82 provincial prosecution offices, and 149 city prosecution offices. To fill in the gaps, ang nangyayari po sa ground, pahiram ni Mayor yung opisina, yung gamit pahiram ni Mayor o kaya ni Governor, ano pa rin ho, yung JO ni Mayor, diba? Yung utility ni Mayor, this is a reality on the ground. I've gone around, Your Honors, we validated the data. As of now, out of the 248 offices, only 8% is owned by the DOJ. So, ang lakbay po na ito ay paano natin mawawala yung overdependence. And kasama ba ako doon sa... okay, thank you. Thank you po, Your Honor. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Accidentally pressed.
Okay. Ayan. Ang paglalakbay po na ito ay with this with this po, Your Honor, with the proposal that we will be bringing into Congress, basically para pa yung staffing natin, other than the prosecutorial positions, ma-rationalize din po yung staffing kung ano yung kailangan. Kasi we've been trying, Your Honors, I've been trying yung scrap and build for the past 2 years. It just doesn't work. Na yung scrap and build na mandate po with the DBM, scrapping certain positions and building new positions. What we need is rebuilding a new organization for the field offices. That's one. On our infrastructure program, nandun din po, maglalabas din po kami ng standards ng offices para po hindi nakasiksik na hindi na kami over-dependent sa LGUs and the Supreme Court regarding office spaces. And ang request po namin sa marami pong LGUs is para hindi po mawala yung over-dependence, donation to DOJ of the lot, DBM to provide money for the infrastructure, and hopefully we can start with the passage of that bill into law. Hopefully that will give a master plan on how we can reach that point of independence in all these local issues, Your Honors.
Thank you for such effort to insulate our prosecutors from political pressures.
Mr. Chair, just to add to the information of the body, we also have department circulars addressing the issues of conflict of interest and inhibition. So there are instances when the prosecutors feel some political pressure or a possible potential conflict of interest, and we have existing rules on how to address this. At times, this is reassigned to other offices within the region, or in certain instances, transferred to the Office of the Secretary for preliminary investigation. So we also have a code of conduct for the prosecutors, and whenever there are instances that could lead to a miscarriage of justice, we have mechanisms to address this.
Okay, thank you. It's very reassuring to hear that. So, okay. Let me now ask the NBI. I think anti-cybercrime enforcement. na merong from 2025 ka 26 million, ngayon 119 million. Is it under the NBI or under the Office of the Secretary? Anti-cybercrime enforcement. OSEC to. OSEC expenditure program.
Ano ho yan? Bagong item yan sa OSEC.
Alam natin ngayon with the rising proliferation of fake news, cybercrime, libel, daming problema sa ano. Do you think that this budget is enough to cover the thousands of problems, complaints against cybercrime cases?
Yung pong absorptive capacity kasi ng agency ang mahalaga. With this amount that was increased, dati ho kasi 7 million lang yung budget niyan eh. O 26 million. Ngayon po naging 118 million. Dahil po, gano'n nga ang importance sa cybercrime as a concentration point of the DOJ cannot be underestimated. Pero yun po yung kaya namin gastusin for this purpose. We're working with the NBI cybercrime also. Kasi nga, ang NBI po has to strengthen its office also. Compared to the PNP, ang PNP, ang kanilang cybercrime office, 300 policemen ang involved together with all the equipment. Kami ho, imagine, our budget was 26 million. Talagang very, very skeletal force. This will allow us to put in many programmers and other people who we need for capacity building para ho maging effective tayo sa cybercrime. Pero ito ho is just one step. I think that lalaki po ho to pagdating ng panahon. We will be needing more later on.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, I agree with you on that. Kailangan talaga natin ng lagyan ng malaking pondo itong anti-cybercrime enforcement. Yun po, Mr. Chair. I think, thank you very much, Secretary. Yes.
And also the augmentation. Can we hear that?
Mr. Secretary, I express my 100% support. It's the budget of the DOJ and its augmentation as well as its attached agencies.
Thank you. So yes, thank you very much, Vice Chairman. It's one of us. We will be meeting. After all of this, we end tomorrow with the Public Works, second to the last day, and then on Thursday we're going to meet. And precisely, we're going to see each agency what is the priority needs, so that we can include them in the presentation in the plenary. So thank you very much, my fellow Mindanaonon Vice Chair John Tracy Cagas, another neighbor of mine, the Congresswoman of the 1st District of Misamis Oriental, the Honorable Karen Jennifer Lagbas has the floor, 1st District of Misamis Oriental.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the DOJ family, to all the officials and staff who are here today, headed by Secretary Jesus Crispin Remulla. Good afternoon, sir. As we cannot overemphasize the necessity and the importance of the program of the NCC's function on online sexual abuse, exploitation of children, and child sexual abuse or exploitation materials, I have further questions, Mr. Chair. Briefly, what is the main function of NCC in relation to OSAIC and CSAEM?
Mr. Chair, the NCC OSAIC system is similar to the IACAT in the sense that it acts as a secretariat for the coordination of the efforts of various stakeholders, government agencies, NGOs, private entities in the fight against OSAIC and CSAM. The NCC OSAIC CSAM was lodged, the secretariat was lodged in the DOJ with an executive director who is an employee of the DOJ to head it.
And in order for you to accomplish the said function, do you have a multi-year strategic action plan that lays out all these specific needs as well as programs of the NCC?
Yeah, the NCC OSAIC very recently approved its strategic plan. In fact, it was approved just last week. The strategic plan lays out the different key result areas on prosecution, protection, prevention, and partnership. And there is a certain amount stated in the strat plan to implement the strat plan, but that amount is quite significant, but it stretches across all the member agencies who take part in the fight against OSAIC.
Do we have an idea as to how much exactly budget allocation do you need to accomplish all the programs and necessary work under the multi-layered strategic plan?
For the multi-layered strategic plan, the budget, the estimate actually amounts to the hundreds of millions. But again, that is spread across different member agencies. For NCC OSAIC CSAM in particular, we believe that the budget allocation for 2026, which is around 28 billion, is very, very small, considering that it's tantamount to almost 50%, oh no, more than 50% decrease from the previous budget. So we're asking for a restoration of not just a restoration of the 2026 budget to 2025 levels, but also an augmentation. So more or less maybe around 110 million for the NCC OSAIC CSAM.
Well, Mr. Chair, according to the Scale Farm study by the International Justice Mission, nearly 500,000 Filipino children were trafficked in 2022 alone to produce child sexual exploitation materials. The disrupting harm in the Philippines by ECPAT, Interpol, and UNICEF further shows that 1 in 5 Filipinos, internet users aged 12 to 17, have experienced serious forms of online sexual abuse or exploitation, from blackmail to coerced sexual activities. And then there's a data from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children reporting that the Philippines ranked second in the world in cybercrime reports with over 1.7 million cases, behind India, which has a much larger population of 1.46 billion as opposed to our 112 million. This proliferation is quite alarming, Mr. Chair, and yet the budget allocation for NCC, OSAIC, and CSAEM has been significantly reduced. Wouldn't you think that this contraction would slow or stall high-impact work already underway, such as your coordination, referrals, capacity building, survivorship aftercare, private sector compliance, and data harmonization?
We agree, Mr. Chair. The slashing of the NCC OSAIC CSAM budget will significantly affect the capacity of NCC OSAIC CSAM to deliver its services.
Mr. Chair, as a Filipino and a mother, I strongly support for not just the restoration of the allocation of 61M for NCC, but to add another 30M for the necessary engagement of communities and address root cause of online sexual abuse of children. This will ensure that the NCC will not risk losing momentum right when the data is closest or clearest. Let's empower NCC, Mr. Chair, to turn evidence into faster protection for children and accountability for the offenders. While it is important to allocate budget for food, education, and others, I believe that it is just as important nowadays to promptly act against online sexual abuse and exploitation of our children. This is not just about health or education. This is about their life, dignity, and freedom from the evil that lurks in their current world where they are always exposed online. On this note, I strongly support for and will move in the proper time for the amendment of the budget allocation for NCC OSAIM and CSAEM to include the total of 62M necessary addition. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
1 point lang.
Yes, the secretary is recognized.
One of the problems that we have right now is actually because of our telco system. Most of this sexual exploitation goes through the duopoly that is existing now. Diyan po nanggagaling talaga, Globe and Smart yan eh. Ngayon, meron hong solusyon dapat dyan, yung tinatawag na IPv6. Yung IPv6, yun po, lahat ng instrument na ginagamit para sa sexual exploitation, lahat ng gadgets, telephones, computers, may number po yan eh. Pero sa ngayon, hindi po pumapasok sa lahat. Halimbawa, sa isang opisina, yung office address lang ang lalabas, hindi lalabas yung instrument mismo kung sino gumagawa. Iyan po, kailangan lang i-impose natin ng NTC sa ating mga telco companies. Kasi nga, ang laki na kinikita ng telco companies, minsan wala silang pakialam sa kung saan nanggagaling ang pera nila. Sana tulungan nyo kami rito. Smart and Globe should really measure up and do this IPv6 item para matrace natin lahat ng gumagawa nito. Yun lang po.
Thank you, Secretary Remulla, and our thanks again to our representative of the 1st District of Misamis Oriental, Representative Karen Lagbas. Thank you for your expression of support that in the proper time, you're going to move for the increase of the budget. And not only in NCC, OSAIC, but all the agencies. Do I hear you right?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The entire DOJ family has my support.
That is the complete manifestation. And so we now go to the next interpellator, and after Representative Lagbas, is Deputy Majority Leader Marlene Agabas still here? Wala na, ano? Okay, we continue. How about the Representative Salvador Plato, si Buddy? Buddy is here. Good.
Thank you,
You
Mr.
are
Chair.
recognized, yeah.
Thank you po.
Representative
Thank you.
Plato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished colleagues and our esteemed guests from DOJ family, ating butihing ginagalang Secretary Boying Remulla. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Baka na itanong na po yung iba nito, galing tayo kasi sa National Defense. I do recognize the continuing efforts of the Department of Justice in strengthening the National Prosecution Service. Ang tanong ko po, Secretary Boying, magkano po ang budget allocation ninyo para maibsan natin ang mga case backlogs sa National Prosecution Service? Can you provide a target for case disposition for the upcoming fiscal year? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Kindly answer the question or submit the requirements for you to be able to perform your mandate.
Your Honor, currently the budget for the PS, no, for our prosecutors is 7.2 billion pesos. This matches yung available plantilla positions, Your Honor. And with this, we will make do with this for the coming year, Your Honor, considering na relevant pa rin dito yung appointment papers, Your Honor. So unless, even if we increase the budget, if the appointment papers do not come out, this is relative to the absorptive capacity of the department also, Your Honor. So basically also for the capital outlay and the MOE, we have 183 million for our MOE, and for our capital outlay for the NPS, we have 70 million. Your Honor, basically we will make do with this budget as of the moment, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that response. Sapat na ba ang budget ninyo sa inyong anti-corruption programs, lalong-lalo na sa panahon na ang ating Pangulong Bongbong Marcos mismo ang nanguna sa pagsugpo ng corruption sa ating bansa? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Will answer that question.
Yes, yes, Your Honor. Basically, what we have is an existing bureaucracy and existing programs. So we will make do with what the department has, considering the limitations on the budget. But definitely, Your Honor, if there will be, there's one particular item which we propose to to the DBM, which was not included in our NEP. This is the budget for the 158 million for trainings. For the past 3 years, we've been training for 2023 more than 8,000 law enforcement agents. For 2024, we also did around 8,500. For this year, we're targeting around 14,000 law enforcement agents. But unfortunately, Your Honor, for the NEP 2026, our request for 158 million budget was not included. So if that can be restored and placed back into the budget of the department, we will be able to continue with our efforts in training our prosecutors and our law enforcement agents together with other stakeholders in this fight against criminality, Your Honors.
Ano ho yan yung case build-up ang mahalaga. Sabi nga namin, dapat po magsama ang pulis at ang piskal para kompleto ebidensya. At pag final, dire-diretso na, ready for trial. Pagka nawala po itong training na to, sayang po yung ating mga gains na nagawa na. Kaya it's so important na mabigay sa amin to. Kasi dati nakakuha kami ng item sa PNP training na isinalin po sa amin at yun po yung aming ginamit para i-train ng pulis kasama ang piskal. Ngayon po, nawala na po yung item sa PNP budget. So, kailangan po hingin namin. Pero hindi ho binigay. Sana po, tulungan kami ng committee para mapunuan ang pangangailangan sa training po ng prosecutors with law enforcers. TEPLEA program.
Thank you, Secretary. Yes, sir. For your questions,
Thank you,
Councilman Plato.
Thank you, Secretary, sa iyong tugon. Secretary, Mr. Chair, how is the DOJ collaborating with the agencies like Ombudsman and the Anti-Money Laundering Council to investigate and prosecute high-profile corruption cases? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yung umuupo sa Anti-Money Laundering Council, andito po si Undersecretary Jesse Andres. Ang sa Ombudsman po, mayroon po tayong Memorandum of Agreement na sinasabi kung saan po lulugar ang DOJ sa pag-uusik o sa pag-prosecute ng mga kaso sa graft and corruption. Pagka-RTC kasi, DOJ po ang humaharap. Pagka sa Sandigan Bayan, Ombudsman and Special Prosecutor po ang humaharap. Yun po ay may agreement na po na gano'n. Ang problema lang ho natin dito, yung ibang kailangan talagang iporsige ng mga kaso ay hindi natutukan. Kaya yun po, sana po ay magkatulungan ng gusto ang DOJ at Ombudsman sa mga susunod na panahon. At yung AMLA ho kasi very important. And maybe Undersecretary Andres can explain the work of the AMLA para maunawaan po ng committee.
Let's proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Meron po tayong tinatawag na National Anti-Money Laundering Council. At kasama po ang DOJ dyan. At ang DOJ po ang chairman ng FILEPSI, Financial Intelligence, Law Enforcement, and Prosecution Subcommittee. Interagency committee po yan kung saan po nagko-coordinate yung trabaho po ng DOJ kasama ng mga AMLA investigators tsaka mga LEAs. Pag nakakuha na ho ng mga intelligence report at tsaka yung mga recommendation po ng kapulisan at ng mga NBI, nagagawa na po kami ng financial investigation. At yan po pinapasa namin sa AMLC Secretariat to gather financial information on the parties involved. At dito po mapapalakas natin yung kaso kung saan po may posibleng money laundering or misuse of funds at tuloy-tuloy na po ang ginagawa naming pag-file ng kaso. Dahil we do this on a regular basis on a quarterly workshop. Hindi na po kami passive, proactive na po kami. Sa katunayan po, marami kaming nakaset na workshop na lahat po ng mga ahensyang kailangan doon, kasama po yung kapulisan, even yung mga NICA, yung PIDEA, all interagency members including yung BSP, SEC, mabilis po nakaka-action dahil po organized po yung subcommittee na yun based on the NACS. Tuloy-tuloy po yan at mangyayari po yan. Hindi lang po yung financial investigation, tutuloy po yan sa asset freezing at saka eventually confiscation for future.
Salamat po. Secretary, what specific amount is allocated to DOJ's human rights related programs such as the Witness Protection Security and Benefit Program and the Victims Compensation Program? How is the department ensuring that these funds are accessible to victims and witnesses in need? Thank
Sa
you.
witness protection po, we have 433 million. Ang proposal po, yung nakalagay po sa NEP ngayon. Of course, we can always use more. Depende ho, lalo na sa mga kasong parating. Ang tingin ko, marami yung kasong parating. Dahil po sa mga investigations na nangyayari. So, sa graft and corruption po ang pagiging problema talaga. Kaya dito po, we will be needing more witnesses and more protection. Kasi iba ho ang kalaban.
Salamat, Secretary. Kumusta na rin po ang, Mr. Chair, ang digitalization project ng DOJ tulad ng e-prosecution at iba pang IT, mga IT infrastructure?
Your Honor. Currently po, with the trust of to make use of technology in helping our delivery of service to make it more efficient and effective, na-deploy na po sa regions 1 to 13 ang except region 8 po for yung ating electronic prosecution case management system. Dito po para mas madali pong ma-monitor from day of filing hanggang lumabas yung resolutions po. Pero may extension pa po to, mga Your Honors. Kasi ang tinitingnan po namin, the whole spectrum. Pagkatapos po magkaroon na ng information, yung pag-case filed naman. Tapos ang balak po, extend pa rin, bago makulong, di ba? Pag na-convict po yung accused, maging computerized din po para makatulong po yung teknolohiya sa trabaho po ng ating mga prosecutors, Your Honors. For regions 8 and region 14, ito po yung dalawang region na medyo nahuli. Ang target po is first quarter of 2026. Matapos din po yung deployment ng aming electronic system on this one, Your Honor.
So interject. In regard to the judiciary this morning, hearings are now on video conference hearings. Is it possible for the DOJ to allow online filing of cases, online respondents' reply, online preliminary investigation, and then once you are finished, when you file, the justice system takes over because they are now really having already hearings in video conferencing hearings. So maybe know whether we are going to that direction so that, complainants will just have to go on your online platform and then file it. And then you will also require the respondents to reply. And then that will be ripe for a video hearing on preliminary investigation. Is that possible? Yusek Jesse Andres.
Yes, may I reply, Mr. Chairman? As part of the reform program of the Department of Justice, we issued our rules on preliminary investigation and inquest proceedings. And for the first time, we have integrated in the rules the mode of providing evidence through the internet. So video conferencing, as in the court's proceedings, are now also allowed in preliminary investigation. We did this because oftentimes there are complainants who could not be physically present at the very moment, but because they are transients or otherwise they are too busy to do it. But because there is technology that's available, we are now allowing this e-filing and the conduct of preliminary investigation using all technology means available. So the only challenge really is making sure that we have constant internet signal so that the proceedings can proceed uninterrupted. But there is already a procedure that allows this, Your Honor.
Do you have the equipment infrastructure such that you can now roll it over to all the your provincial offices, 17 regions, 82 provincial offices, 149 cities? How is it now? Are
It's
we now
ongoing, Mr. Chairman.
allowing filing already online of cases? So how many, if it's already being done, how much percentage already? We're now trying to go into to having already a digital dispensation of justice with the DOJ, and then, of course, the courts. They have asked for additional funds to have this infrastructure that practically 100% of all the hearings right now, it's only about 25%. Yes, Secretary.
We will be
can you-
asking the National Prosecution Service to have a position on this matter. Kasi ano ho ang conduct po ng PI, ang mahalaga kasi, yung demeanor ng mga tao ay maobserbahan ng mga piskal kung paano sila kumilos at paano sila magdala ng sarili.
Yeah, but the demeanor,
nakikita,
Secretary,
ano ho
the
yan?
demeanor can be seen on video.
Iba ho yung
Iba ba yan?
three-dimensional na life na nakikita natin yung tao iba ho kasi talaga yung nagkakakitaan, na nagkakasilipan. Hindi naman sinasabi na hindi ho pwede, pero this is a significant part of the PI, kailangan ma-expose pa rin po yung tao, ang mga prosecutors para sila ho makadiscern sa mga subjects po ng preliminary investigation.
So what stage are we now on having first the filing of criminal complaints by the police, and then the all other complainants in criminal cases, and then for the respondents to reply?
Parating po tayo dyan. Ngunit wala pa ho tayo. Yan kasi, pag-uusapan din namin ng Korte Suprema yan. Meron po kaming pagsasama ng Korte Suprema, kasama po ang DILG, ang DOJ, at Korte Suprema, tungkol po sa bagay na ito, at doon po nilalagay ang mga patakaran na maaari po namin i-implement. It's something that we agree on as a tripartite body. Of course, with due deference to the Chief Justice who presides over these meetings.
Thank you, Secretary. So just that, and we hope that in the future we are going to go paperless, and we are going to have hearings without presence physically, but through video conference preliminary investigations. Okay, just continue.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative.
Chairman. Mr. Chairman, panghuli na po ito, Secretary. May nakalaan ba ko kayong budget para sa renovation and improvement ng Public Attorney's Office saka NBI offices sa iba't ibang region ng Pilipinas?
Ang NBI po, ginagawa pa ang building. They're renting right now, pero under construction na po yung building nila sa Taft Avenue. Sa ating saan pa ba?
Sa other regions po, sa ibang
region po, meron po kami para sa Cotabato District Office. Hinihiling namin 85,814,000. Sa Lucena District po, humihingi po kami ng karagdagan na 45 million. At sa Ilocos Region po, IRO, ay 3,273,000 na lang po. Yun po ang mga ongoing projects namin na para makapagpatayo ng building sa mga provinces.
You forgot Cagayan de Oro.
Yes.
Because we have
Meron po, sir.
160
Meron po.
million to be placed in a building for the regional office, which will include the province of Misamis Oriental. and
Northern
Cagayan de Oro.
Mindanao Regional Officer,
Yan.
59 million, sir.
59 million. Thank
Opo.
you.
How
So
about
just to make sure that
And Iligan
my city-
District Office.
Yes,
Iligan
also
District
Iligan
Office,
City.
69 million, sir. Opo.
Mr. Chair, sa Region 3, sa Bulacan, ano po ba?
Also, what is the status?
Wala pa.
The province of Congressman Plato.
Wala kami.
Wala po kami sa Bulacan.
Wala kaming lupa.
Mr. Chair, dapat malagyan din ng Bulacan. Napakalaki ng butante ng
Wala
Bulacan.
pa tayong property pa doon.
Population po ng Bulacan is 3.3
Wala
million.
po kaming property land sa Bulacan. Siguro po kayo po ang makapagbibigay sa amin.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair, Secretary, sa inyong mga tugon. And because of This representation recognizes the magnitude and importance of your responsibilities. Nais ko pong ipaabot ang aking lubos na suporta sa panukalang budget ng Department of Justice. Kung pwede sana sa mga kasama ko sa Committee on Appropriations, madagdagan pa sila at mabigyan na rin ang Bulacan ng mga...
Yun.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you,
Thank
Secretary.
you very much, Representative Salvador Plato. We indeed are together in this quest to increase the budget of the DOJ and the attached agencies.
With the
Thank you.
permission of the chairman,
Yes, please.
so that we put on record, yung internet subscription po ng DOJ, we requested for 30 million.
Yes.
We were given only 18 million. Your Honor, we understand that the DICT has rolled out the broadband project. Unfortunately, hindi pa po stable yung ano. So we needed to resort private service providers. So we really need this, the 12 million which was not placed in our budget by for nationwide na to. Nationwide na po to. Just for the record, from restoration from 18 to 30 million of the ICT internet subscription budget for the DOJ, Your Honor.
Well noted. We will include that. In fact, after we finish, we will ask you to submit, but that will be later. So let us go now to Congressman from Agusan del Sur, my good friend, Representative Alfel Bascog.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, allow me to express my support for the Department of Justice, especially to my former colleague in the 18th Congress, my idol, Secretary Boying Remulla, USX, ASEX, and its attached agencies, recognizing their indispensable role in upholding the rule of law, protecting human rights, and ensuring access to justice for all Filipinos. Mr. Chair, actually, I prepared 10 questions. But since nagmamadali na tayo, then pabalik pa din ako doon sa committee hearing ng DND. Ang natira na lang, isa na lang.
Good.
To clarify things lang. So, I'd like to address this question to the parole and probations administrations in the focal persons of Attorney Benitez. Yes, sir. So, since you mentioned kanina about the data and numbers to justify the need to restore the budget, can you provide us a detailed profile so that we can clearly see and justify the need of this allocation?
With the permission of the Honorable Secretary, ang profile po namin, first of all, for the information of the committee, lagi ko pong kasama si Sir Katapang sa grouping sa corrections cluster. Sila ay in-house po ang mga PDL. Sa amin po ay naka-outsource sa amin. Last year, we had 170,000 probationers come into our system. 67% of those are drug-related. Yun po ni-request namin na 67% is 113,000 nationwide. Yun po ni-request namin na restoration of the 48 million pesos ay pupunta po dun sa aming case decongestion. Ito po mga drug-related cases, primarily ay plea bargaining cases. And for us to sustain our program of rehabilitation and to provide a less costly program for the government, we need the 150 na i-hire po namin next year para po ma-decongest ang system. This will allow peace and order in our community, and this will allow a less costly sum for the national government. Rather than keep them inside the Bucor kami po ay sa probation, kami po ay nagbibigay ng rehab system para sa mga first-time offenders. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Benitez. So, Mr. Chair, after hearing the responses from our resource persons, it is clear that the budget allocation reduction severely limits the agency's ability to carry out its mandate. So the PPA is not only an instrument for rehabilitation and reintegration, but also a vital partner in decongesting our jails and prisons, saving government resources, and upholding the principles of restorative justice. In this light, I strongly and respectfully manifest my full support to the budget of the Department of Justice and for the restoration of the parole and probation administration's original proposed budget, and appeal to this honorable committee for the consideration of the same. I believe this restoration is not an expense, but a wise investment in justice, peace, and nation building. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Alfred Bascug, for your big support for the budget and the restoration and augmentation of the DOJ and its attached agencies. Now, we go to the next interpellator, the Honorable Representative Brian Poe.
Thank you to my mentor, Mr. Chair. And of course, it is an honor to have the DOJ here with us today. I have many friends here. And this was one of the agencies that was close to my mother's heart when she was finance chair. So I will do my best to make sure that their budget increases this year with your help, Mr. Chair. With that being said, I'd like to say that the DOJ is very fortunate, no? Because the secretary is known as being matapang, as being fearless, and being masipag. But there is a soft side to our secretary that people may not be familiar with, and that is the Katarungan Caravan, or the DOJAC work that the DOJ has been doing. Year on year po, the DOJAC 2023 helped 10,928 people. In 2024, they helped 14,155 people. And as of April 2025, they already helped 13,056 people. And this is all through their Katarungan Caravan, which will be the lasting legacy of our Honorable Secretary. May I ask, you were able to help this year about 13,056 people as of April. How much was the budget for the Katarungan Caravan?
Can we ask you, Sec Marge, to please reply for the department?
Mr. Chair and Secretary, with your permission, sir. So currently, we only have a budget allocated to us by the Office of the Secretary from the MOOE, which is now at 9 million. And then the other budget is our capital outlay at 2 million. But for the Katarungan Caravan alone, we don't have, we don't spend so much for that because we have attached agencies helping us. We only spend for the travels, for food, small logistics expenses, but and a lot of the expenses were also placed with the LGUs who are helping us.
Mr. Chair, with a modest budget of 11 million pesos, they were able to help 13,000 people as of April. I believe that the number may even reach double of last year by the end of this year. Mr. Chair, I think this is one of the programs that should be supported. If we could increase the budget of the Office of the Secretary so that we can continue the Katarungan Caravan. Because I noticed this caravan is so effective that there are other agencies that even want to copy the Katarungan Caravan. And this is great. This shows that the DOJ stands as an example, isang magandang ehemplo para sa mga public servants natin. Kaya Para sa akin, kailangan natin dagdagan ang pondo para sa Katarungan Caravan. May I ask, Mr. Secretary, where do all of your volunteers for the Katarungan Caravan come from?
Okay, Mr. Secretary, with your permission, Your Honor, mostly we ask help from our attached agencies, from the Public Attorney's Office. We also ask help from our prosecutors who have been providing us diligently with their assistance, but also we also resorted to asking the IBP already to help us. And in fact, we're already coordinating with the IBP because they want to have a partnership with the DOJ and particularly with the Bucor because they want their lawyers to be involved also with the Katarungan Caravan, not only for the LGUs, but also for our PDLs, for our jail decongestion program, sir.
Mr. Chair, this is proof of bayanihan, interagency coordination without asking for additional funding. In fact, many of them are volunteering their services for free. And this is something that we should continue to promote. You mentioned that you get your support from attached agencies, no? PAO being one of them. Yes. How's the working relationship with PAO? Do they often supply many of your volunteers?
Well, it depends. Every time that we conduct a Katarungan Caravan, Your Honor, we request from the chief PAO for volunteer lawyers. Sometimes he can only provide us with one. But fortunately, last weekend, we conducted a Katarungan Caravan in Pampanga. They sent 15. But on an average, they send maybe 1 to 5. And I think this is because a lot of their lawyers, PAO lawyers, they're very overwhelmed with their work and they couldn't provide much support already with the Katarungan Caravan.
Thank you, Yusek. Actually, that brings me to my next line of questioning, which is for PAO. Is the head of agency here? For PAO, Public Attorney's Office?
No, Your Honor. I am the Deputy Chief Public Attorney and I'm Attorney Annalisa Sorian.
Attorney, thank you for being with us here today. May I ask where the chief is at the moment?
She's with the Lab for All program being held in Siargao, Your Honor. She wrote a letter to the committee chair, Committee on Appropriations chair, and she also informed the Secretary of Justice for her about her inability to attend today's hearing.
It's sayang kasi actually I met the PAO chief when I was a CNN reporter about 10 years, 13 years ago. So I was really hoping to see her here because PAO is one of the attached agencies of the DOJ na ramdam na mga kababayan natin. Kasi when they need help, they turn to PAO. No, and from what I'm hearing from the DOJAC program, the Katarungan Caravan, minsan overloaded ang mga PAO lawyers natin. How many cases are currently pending with PAO at the moment?
For the year 2024, Your Honor, we handled a total of 317 cases. For the first semester of 2025, 492 cases, Your Honor.
So out of these cases, how many have reached completion na?
Those are pending cases, Your Honor.
Those are pending.
Yes,
So
pending cases.
how many were you able to complete?
On the average, Your Honor, the number of clients assisted by each, number of cases handled by each lawyer is about 317. That was for 2024, and for the first semester of 2025, 249 cases, Your Honor, on the average. We also assisted other clients. The number of clients that we have assisted for 2024 is 15 million, while for the first half of this year, 9 million.
So just again to clarify, you have 800,000 plus pending cases as of the moment.
As of the moment, 490,000 cases. Yeah.
667,000 cases pending.
Yes, Your
Honor. Mr. Chair, that's quite an alarming number. Definitely our PAO lawyers are overloaded. May I ask, Mr. Chair, is there anything we can do to assist our PAO lawyers to make this more efficient?
As mentioned earlier by RPA Dakpano, we need more lawyers, Your Honor. Presently, we are coordinating with the Department of Budget and Management for the release of the NOSCA for the remaining 87 public attorney items that was allocated to the PAO in the 2024 GAA, unprogrammed appropriations. But actually, that's not enough. We need more lawyers to account for all the cases that we are handling.
Well, sana we can get those lawyers maybe by increasing the budget of PAO to accommodate more lawyers because we want to make sure that the hundreds of thousands of cases that are pending are addressed. But on top of that, sana madagdagan yung mga volunteers natin for the Katarungan Caravan. Before I end, I just want to bring up a concern that I have, which is with online gambling. No, and this is something that I believe the NBI as well as Cybercrime Division have been working on. I actually have with me here a complaint that was filed before the NBI. I know that the NBI has thousands of complaints and they might not have noticed this one. But personally, this complaint already has been seen by and flagged by CICC. It has already been flagged by PAGCOR. So I'm just waiting sana for action from NBI. This is with regards to Popo Live. I will, in the interest of time, submit this to the NBI and hope that this is that we take action regarding this complaint po.
Yes, sir. We have received several complaints, and I have instructed my regional offices to work on this in collaboration with PAGCOR.
Yes, sir. I'll be requesting a report from you po. I know that our NBI agents are the best in the country, so I'm sure that they will be able to address these concerns. And I would like to work closely with them, with CICC and the other relevant agencies to make sure that online gambling is stopped in this country, especially if it's illegal.
Yes, sir. We will do our best.
Maraming
Thank you,
salamat po. Mr. Chair, before I end, I just want to manifest my full support for the budget of the Department of Justice and its attached agencies.
Sir, isa lang.
Thank you.
One point.
Yes, please, Secretary
Yung
Remulla.
problema sa online gambling, masasolve din yan sa IPv6. Pag ang IPv6 inadapt yan ng mga telco, ang online gambling, ang sexual exploitation, we can pinpoint each instrument that's doing it. Kaya this is very critical for us as a country. Ang problema, the duopoly, the telcos, are just having a heyday using this NTC as a smokescreen. Walang ginagawa NTC dito. Probably when you get to the NTC budget proper, it's something that you should be asking the NTC. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. I have filed a bill to ban all online gambling. 65% of our people are into online gambling. According to the late 65%, 2/3 of our people. And so this has resulted in broken families. There's suicides in my city. There is violence between husband and wife. It's about time that we ban this, and I'm happy that that particular program, if can be implemented to go against sexual exploitation and online gambling. So yes, and also scamming, online scamming. So we hope that we are able to do that. So thank you very much, Representative Brian Poe, for your strong support for the budget of the DOJ and for its augmentation. Thank you very much. Now the next is our congressman from Las Piñas. We have no other than Representative, my good friend, Mark Anthony Santos. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, my mentor here in Congress. First of all, I would like to congratulate the DOJ family led by the former board member, former governor, former representative of the 7th District, former deputy speaker for Luzon, former Senior Deputy Majority Floor Leader. Eh dapat itong Majority Floor Leader nung last Congress yata no? Kung hindi naman na sabi ni Kong Valeriano. Well anyway, congratulations to the DOJ family. Alam niyo po, nakakalungkot yung budget ng Bureau of Immigration, LRA, NBI, because I think nabawasan po yung budget nila. Is the DBM here? Sa DBM for DOJ?
Yes, the DBM is here. So where, may we know where you are
Mr.
now?
Chair, ito po, nandito po.
Yeah, please. Yeah, you have a question?
Opo, kasi
Yeah.
po,
Can you take the seat here so that
Opo.
you'll be able to answer Congressman Santos? Yeah, they're here to
Oo.
answer questions.
Itodo na natin to. Itodo na natin.
Yes, please
Kasi,
Yeah. Okay, can you identify yourself of
Sa-
the DBM?
Good afternoon po. I'm Marica Joanna de la Peña. We're handling po the budget of the DOJ.
Thank you. So, Congressman Santos,
Okay.
please proceed.
Mr. Chair, alam niyo po to si Secretary, kaibigan ko po yan. Hindi po ang ugali niyan, hindi po mamamalimos yan. Hindi po hihingi ng budget sa inyo yan. Pero with the President's pronouncement, 250 million flood control budget. If i-freeze natin yan. Billion. Yeah, billion. Alam niyo po yung 250 billion, pag nilagay niyo sa Judiciary and DOJ and the Justice Department, wala na po magnanakaw sa Pilipinas. Hindi po. Eh paano tayo magkakaroon ng reforma kung ang budget natin ay ganito lang po? Well, anyway, with due respect to DBM family and the President, tutugisin po natin ang mga magdanakaw. Ang pagkakakilala ko po dito kay Secretary talagang matapang po ito. Hindi po uurong ito. Kaya, alam mo, na-layout ang foundation sa DOJ. At hindi ako nagdalawang isip. I filed a resolution to nominate Secretary Boying Remulla to the Ombudsman. Kasi konti lang po ang mga taong nagmamahal sa bansa natin, kagaya ni Secretary Remulla. Hindi, kaya emotional po ako kasi kaibigan ko po siya. 10 taon po kami magkakilala. At kaya po ako nandito sa Kongreso ngayon. Dahil po sa lakas ng loob na isinyer sa akin ni Secretary Remulla. Kaya wag po tayong mag-alala kasi ang mga tao pong iiwan ni Secretary dito ay talagang matitibay po sila. Pero kung wala po tayong budget na ibibigay sa DOJ, family, baliwala po lahat ng reformang inumpisahan ni Secretary Remulla. So anyway, Mr. Chair, before we end, I was last but not the least. Opo, maraming salamat, Sec. Mas marami po akong alam na programa si Sec kesa doon sa mga kasama nyo dito. At yan ay dahil sa pagsasama namin bilang isang kaibigan. Maraming salamat po. And Mr. Chair, I move that we increase or double the budget of, of the DOJ.
Thank you.
Thank you
We
po.
note your, in the committee hearing, there can be no motion to approve or to increase, only to endorse to the plenary.
Opo,
So
right,
you are
opo.
now moving to increase
Yes,
the budget during the plenary time,
Yes, opo.
where you
opo.
can move already in the
Right.
plenary.
Pardon
Thank you.
me for being a neophyte congressman,
Yes.
but I do believe that the leadership of Secretary Remulla, nasa mabuting kamay po ang Department of Justice. And hopefully, sana po wag na natin politikahin ang pag-appoint ng ombudsman. Kasi I do believe na si Secretary Remulla po ang the most qualified ombudsman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But if he will go to the ombudsman, it will be a big loss to the DOJ. But still, you see, that is a very emotional appeal and statement of our dear colleague, the giant killer of Las Piñas. Yes, he is. And that is why the more we are able to really continue to make sure that with Congressman Santos here stating that the leadership of the DOJ to Secretary Remulla is really exemplary and that he deserves another appointment. And your motion to improve it at the proper time, to increase the budget, double. So how much is it now? So 43, so it becomes 86. But anyway, yeah, we take note of that. And precisely our chairperson is here because towards the last, we will be asking each agency to give us the priorities. Okay, and now we go to the final because we don't see Congressman Puno and Javi Benitez. We now go to Representative of Davao of Baguio City, Mauricio Domogan. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the DOJ family and all its attached agencies. Yes, our secretary is no question to me a BFF, best friend forever. At the outset, I joined my colleagues in totally supporting the budget of the DOJ, including the move to increase the seat budget as far as it is possible. Now let me go now to my clarificatory questions. I think this is doable. It was said a while ago that the function of the prosecution's office is not only to prosecute those persons who can be probably guilty of an offense, but to ensure that innocent persons will not suffer distress and long litigations. With this, I want to bring to the attention of our good secretary what is happening on the field as far as some of our prosecutors are concerned. Before returning back, we handled some cases, the same in Santo Domingo, Palayan City, Cabanatuan, San Jose, and Pinyan, Laguna. Similar complaint, different complainants, giving the same address of the respondents. The prosecutor of these different places, without exerting effort to ensure that the respondents are duly notified with the fabricated complaint, filed the unbillable cases in court that resulted to the detention of one of the four accused, all of them fourth-year College of Law students of the University of the Cordilleras. And this person who was detained was a public school teacher of Baguio City High National High School. And this is because of what the prosecutor had done in not exerting effort to ensure that the respondent were notified of these cases. They filed the cases. We tried to ask for reinvestigation, but it's so difficult with the court. At any rate, he was detained for 1 year and 9 months before all of these cases had been resolved all had been dismissed. With respect to the 3 companions, well, they were detained at the NBI office, regional office, Baguio. And I asked the director to allow them to review while in detention, which I was very glad she did allow. And one of them passed the bar last 2004 bar examination. Her taking oath to take taking oath as a bar passer had been delayed because of this fabricated case against them. So I respectfully ask our good secretary, who I am sure is concerned of this, to direct all the prosecutors to ensure that they exert effort to notify the respondents, especially in cases of this nature that are unbillable. They place the address of the respondents, certain barangay in Cabanatuan City, and they never stayed in Cabanatuan City. So, the notices sent to that address, of course, no one will receive because they are not from that place. There was a certification, the barangay captain, that they never resided in that place. But look, and this happened in Nueva Ecija. It happened in Binyan, Laguna. Again. But the prosecutor had done. So I hope this will be addressed. Honorable Secretary, that point.
Thank you, sir. With the permission of the chairman, we will investigate the case. Just please give us the necessary information, and we can tell you that something will be done about it. We have mechanisms within the DOJ to make prosecutors account for their actions. And actually, the power of the DOJ to review cases on petition for review is hardly used, except for the grave miscarriage of justice. And that is a grave miscarriage of justice, obviously, which unfortunately happened already. But just give us the necessary information so we can proceed to correct many of the wrongs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Secretary. Well, I do not like to somewhat punish these prosecutors, maybe, but I will leave it to you. We'll forward to you the complete records of these cases. Now, let me now go to the LRA. The representative of LRA, please. You have the authority to issue titles. Is that correct?
With the permission of the Secretary, Mr. Chair, pursuant to a court order, we issue titles in the first instance, Your Honor.
Now, unfortunate that Baguio City is a victim of this one. I do not know if you will recall, our assistant register of deeds had been removed because reason, and I want to find out what happened with the investigation, because this was done during the time of Administrator Benedicto Ulep. Look, the property is covered by the title with a land area of 1 hectare, 300 square meters. The owner of that property subdivided the 1 hectare, 300, and it was done in LRA without the knowledge of the authorities in Baguio. And to our shock, the 1 hectare, 300 square meters became 53 hectares. Yeah. This is the famous expanded case which was decided by the Supreme Court just recently. Now, we found out that it was LRA that issued those alleged titles. And we found out that it was expanded. It was a 211 title. The Committee on Validation pursuant to Presidential Decree 1271 denied the validation because it's obviously expanded. But the Court of Appeals overturned the decision of the Validation Committee, and is the Secretary of Justice who is the chairman of the Validation Committee pursuant to Presidential Decree 1271. Good, the Supreme Court overturned. But the problem here, in the meantime that this is pending, portions of these lands had been sold to innocent buyer. Now that the Supreme Court nullified the title, of course, these buyers are victims of that one. So, can you see to it that in a situation like this, coordinate with the authorities in the area where the land is located? For sure, they will guide you on this point. It's a surprise why it happened that way. May I hear your response?
Yes, Your Honor. We will look into this matter and we will take your advice on the consultations with the local government units concerned.
Another point. The area occupied by SM, center of Baguio City, to our surprise, and that caused the removal of Attorney Angeles as Assistant Register of Deeds. His statement, his testimony, it was LRA that again issued the titles over the subdivided lots covering that property of SM, only to be found out that what had been issued as fake, based on a fake order. And this was investigated, I think, by your office, because it's somewhat appearing that there is somewhat, I hope, not a syndicate in your office involved in this one, as testified to by Attorney Angeles. And the NBI confirmed that these are fake. Now, I want to find out what happened with that investigation made by the NBI related to this one. You know, as an effect of this one, there was nearly a clash between the security of SM and the heirs of Carantes, who are the beneficiaries of these titles. Do you have any knowledge about this one?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I just heard about it today, but we will look into it. And
Yes,
we will
please.
work closely with the Office of the Solicitor General. In fact, we'll be having a meeting tomorrow regarding cases that will require the reversion or forfeiture of titles that are questionable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, next point. Bosol Watershed. Long time. The watershed covered by proclamation 1922. All of a sudden, part of it had been titled, and it's appearing that's LRA that issued the titles. I do not know what would be the basis why LRA issued the titles to this one. Can you please look at again? We'll try to supply you that I will not waste a lot of time delving on the details of this one. These are factual cases.
Yes, Your Honor. We appreciate your information regarding these matters, and we will work closely with you and with the other agencies concerned.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the Solgin, I am sure you come across not only particularly in Baguio City, but possibly in other parts of our country, of a situation we're in. The then Bureau of Lands, under the Department of Agriculture and Natural Resources, issued title to alienable and disposable public lands through sales application. I am citing this case. Actually, it was awarded in 1941. It's adjoining the Santo Tomas Forest Reservation. The Santo Tomas Forest Reservation was issued in 1940. Now, the survey had been approved by the Bureau of Plans. It was subdivided, approved by by the Bureau of Plans. No issue that the same is within the forest reservation. The title had been issued by President Magsaysay, occupied by a lot of people. Now recently, the DNR is saying it is within the Santo Tomas Forest Reserve. The question, what is now the thinking of Solgin? Is it going to file a case to revert back the property with this situation? That the same is occupied by a lot of innocent people?
Usually po, we work closely with the DENR, who will be the authority to investigate and trace back the status of the land, Your Honor. So, if you would be kind enough to share with our office the details of this case so that we can have a more in-depth evaluation of the case, that I can share also the assessment at a later date.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will. But as I said, look, proclamation of Santo Tomas Forest Reserve, 1940. The sale had been done by the Bureau of Lands, 1941, which presumably the applicant had been in possession of the land even before 1940. The title had been issued, subdivisions had been approved. No question as to whether it is within this Santo Tomas Forest Reserve. Only recently that DNR is now seeing it is within the Forest Reserve, that this area is occupied by a lot of people for a long period of time. So I will supply to you the more or less the complete facts of this case.
We will appreciate that.
And please
Your
help
Honor.
us, because I am sure there are a lot of similarly situated titles on this score. Now, let me go to...
Last question, Representative Dumogan, because your time is up, but we give you one more question.
Yes, yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. To the Bureau of Court. I'm sure you notify the heirs of prisoners who died in Bilibid. This is a factual case that prisoner died in Bilibid, but the heirs were not notified. He was buried, I think, within your compound. the heirs are now asking help from you if there's a way that they can retrieve the bones of that deceased brother or sister so that they can bring him back into the ritual traditions. Can that be possible?
With the permission of our secretary, it can be done, sir. In fact, we really want those cadaver to be received by their relatives. We will do it within this week, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will write to you and tell these people to coordinate with your people. I believe it. You will be very happy. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. How about the support for the budget?
Of course.
You forgot that.
Thank you.
Know? We are
Thank you,
giving you more time.
my
Time to
colleague.
support the budget.
I will always support the budget of DOJ, including those increase, which I manifested at the outset of my interpellation.
Thank
I
you.
think you had forgotten it.
Thank you very much, the representative of Baguio City, Maurice Dumogan. Now, for the last interpellator, we would like to recognize the chairman of the Committee on Justice of the House, Jinky Luistro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Except, of course, for the, I have no question, Secretary. Except for the internal migration of lawyers within the Department of Justice, I am inclined to submit that the Department of Justice, including all its attached agencies, are doing very well in addressing their respective mandates. With that, palakpakan po natin ang DOJ. And of course, this is happening because of the very able and esteemed leadership of no less than our Justice Secretary, the Honorable Boying Remulla. Palakpakan po natin siya. It is really a humbling and honoring experience to be working with this department because this is the department where I first worked as a young lawyer back in 2001, I believe, after 2005. No? And with that, Mr. Chair, I am soliciting the strongest support of the Committee on Appropriations, so we will approve and perhaps even the request for augmentation in order that the Department of Justice will better address their respective mandates. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Jinky Luis, the shining light of the House in the past 19th Congress and now the 20th Congress. Before I would turn over to our beloved chairperson, let me just read the manifestation of support by Congressman Roy M. Loyola. Madam Chair, this is to the Chair, Mika, distinguished members of the committee, to the DOJ family headed by our fellow Caviteño. Yan. Secretary Crispin Boying Remulla, good evening. I respectfully manifest my full support for the proposed 40.9 billion budget of the department and its attached agencies for fiscal year 2026. Palapakan natin si Roy. Now, before I turn over, we are going to therefore ask the Honorable Secretary to unify all the requests. And I have heard this during our consultation before this hearing. And for example, for the OSEC, there will be a communication to be given to the chair by tomorrow because we will be meeting on Thursday or Friday to precisely discuss the augmentation. So Secretary, as Yusek Vida was there, first, the annual training program of 158 million. PNP, NBI, PDEA. Then the Katarungan Caravan of Brian Poe. The City Prosecutor's Office of Malolos, 52 million. The Anti-trafficking in Persons Enforcement, 109 million restoration. NCC Online Sexual Abuse, 62 million plus 50 million. Then we go now to the legal service. Dennis is here. The legal service is 160 million restoration. Yes. Then we go to the Bucor, the Bucor in our meeting requested 6.8, but we need to have the law, right? So how much do you need now? You're okay, right? As you have stated?
We are submitting an additional 1.5 billion just to continue the ongoing construction of PDL dormitories.
Okay,
1.5 billion.
The secretary,
With
please
the
give that to
approval
the
of the
secretary.
secretary.
With the approval of secretary, because he will be the one transmitting. He will sign it to our chair. And then for the BI, Commissioner Viado, the ASEAN Border Control Team. How much are you asking for?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. With the permission of the Honorable Secretary, we're asking for 494,351,100. This is the requested budget of the ASEAN Border Control Team, Core Group 2026, for the immigration security coverage of 695 ASEAN events. As a member of the Committee on Security, Peace and Order, and Emergency Preparedness and Response, chaired by the DILG, Your Honor.
Yeah, ASEAN Summit. This is separate because border team. It's another budget. But the chairman has a question to Commissioner Viado because we also put up, there is a budget in the Office of the President. Yes, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yeah.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Rodriguez. That was precisely my question. Within the Office of the Vice President, there are already funds lodged for all things related to the ASEAN Summit. So has this not been considered in the total amount lodged within the Office of the President?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. This matter was the subject of a clarificatory question during the last briefing we had with the Honorable Congressman Rodriguez. We were told that it would be clarified if this budget was going to be, or is going to be part of the budget given to the Office of the President, which will be distributed to the different agencies, including the Bureau of Immigration. This was an original request made by the Bureau to help in the ASEAN Summit, which we will be hosting next year, Your Honor. So it was a matter of, it was a clarificatory question, Your Honor, which we propounded during the last meeting we had.
So we await the clarification from the Office of the President, or you would want us to include this because it's not there?
We would like to humbly request that it be included. This was the subject also of a letter sent to the Honorable Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations. This was a letter which we submitted a few days ago to your office, Your Honor. We would like to request its inclusion.
If I may, Vice Chair Rodriguez, just wanted to clarify po, Commissioner Viado, has it been definitively confirmed by the Office of the President that this is not included in the funds lodged within the Office of the President for ASEAN Summit-related matters?
Your Honor, we have not made any queries with the Office of the President, admittedly, if this was really, not
we
included.
suggest, Madam Chair, that you immediately request the Office of the President to certify that there is this amount or there is none, so that you can see the Secretary. Secretary will include the 494 in the request because we need to really have the border control team be supported because of the very important ASEAN Summit. Okay, so thank you. Please do that.
We support on the part of the committee. We definitely recognize the criticality of this border control, and that's why siguro pang iniiwasan lang po natin dito yung double funding, mag-duplicate lang. It would be prudent for us, for the committee, to request the Bureau of Immigration to please check with the Office of the President just to make sure that this is not funded. If it's already funded, then no further action required from our end. But if it's not po, SEC would be very happy to consider including it.
Can we ask the DBM
Madam Chair, I am
about the booking of this fund?
Yeah, Madam Chair, we have here the NEP. Unfortunately, the Bureau of Immigration is not listed here in the 17 billion requested. So now it is clear that there is no budget. So yeah, nothing. ALG, so wala. So therefore, with this, Madam Chair, I would therefore request that the secretary includes the 498 million that is requested. Nothing. No BI here. My favorite in the agency. Because, please, yeah. Our look at that. It's going to sacrifice everything. No request. NBI, yes. NBI, please include secretary. We have here restoration of hazard pay, 85 million. Just add to what is what
Yes,
mentioned. Additional allocation for strengthening national security, 300 million. Insurance expense, 30 million. Iligan office, 26 million. Northeastern Mindanao office, 20. Cagayan de Oro, it's only 160 million. Do you have additional?
Mr. Chair, yung Bulacan.
Yung Bulacan pala, Bulacan.
May tumawag na sa akin, may lote na, may magdodonate na ng lupa sa...
Please include Bulacan.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Ilan ba kailangan daw nyo? Ilan bang hindi hektarya?
No. Okay. What else?
Cotabato District Office, Your Honor,
How much?
85 million,
How much?
814,
85 million?
85
Yes,
million.
submit all of this to the secretary so that it will be part of his communication.
Tapos 60,000,
What else
60
pa?
million for the Bulacan.
60 million for
Ayan,
the
for the
Bulacan.
Bulacan, 60 million.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Ano
Thank
po
you na.
kaila...
Yes.
Gaano kalaki yung kailangan yung lupa? Yung area.
1,500 square meter at least, sir.
Meron na tumawag sa akin na to, 2,000 eh. 1,000 na lang. Sige, okay. Thank you.
No,
Thank you very much,
1,005.
Your Honor.
1,005 daw.
1,005.
1,005. Okay, thank you very much. Is the OGCC here because there was no request? Yes, Justice.
Yes,
You said
Your Honor, we are
you're,
okay.
you're fine.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. I have here the notes of our meeting because that is what is important to submit by tomorrow so that we can discuss this with the executive committee. Wala na yung small committee. Wala na. It's already the big committee. Kami yung mga vice chair. Okay. OSG, ito, maliit lang to kay Lelen. 8.13 million capacity building program. Confirm?
Mr. Vice Chair, a total of 17.248 million, very modest.
Yes, 17
request.
million only.
Yes.
And 8.13 is capacity building for lawyers in the West Philippine Sea, correct?
Yes.
And then
Mr. Vice Chair.
9.11 million expanded employee competency project.
Yes, Mr.
So that
Vice
will be 17, exactly 17 million point 24. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Our Solicitor General Lelen.
Thank you.
And then we
Mr.
go to
Vice
the, okay, Parole and Probation Office. You need
48.6 million, Your Honor.
how much?
48.6 million.
48.6 million only to get, decongestion of our parole officers.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Submit to the secretary.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then PCGG, what is your special provision of the use of 10%?
We submitted, Your Honor.
Now,
We have
to the secretary. He is your head of the entire DOJ. Secretary will include that. A special provision naman sa kanila, use of income of 10%. And then the PAO, we need 87 plantilla positions, correct?
Yes, that was our request during the briefing, Your
This is
Honor.
128 million, correct?
187 million, Your Honor. 87
Submit to
million.
the Honorable Secretary. And then we also have, walang request ang alternative dispute resolution. Okay lang kayo, di ba? Okay lang kayo.
Sir, we have no request po.
No
We're
request.
okay with our budget.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, that ends the part of the
Your Honor,
committee.
excuse
And
me.
we are going to ask the Secretary, as the father of the department and the agency, to submit tomorrow all of those requests, not so big, so that our Honorable Chairperson will be able to include that in the discussions for augmentation. Now, it is my honor to return back. Yes, before we turn over to our chairperson, we ask Congresswoman Rene Co. You're recognized for your interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And pasensya na, humabol pa ako. 6:30 na, ganyan. Pero thank you for entertaining me. I have a few questions po to the Department of Justice. Yung una po siguro is about the Anti-Terrorism Act. No? To our knowledge, DOJ formed a specific task group handling cases regarding the ATA or the TFPSA. Many, if not all those being handled or prosecuted ng task group na to, NGOs such as RMP, CERNET, LCDE, CDRC, know that denies these charges. Paano po na-ensure ng DOJ na the evidence against these NGOs are not fabricated? So, not merely based on testimonial evidence na can be considered unreliable because obtaining such evidence could be rife with susceptibility to threats, especially of security forces.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the question. On the part of the DOJ, the National Prosecution Service has a process on preliminary investigation where the information coming from the intelligence agencies are vetted by the prosecutors themselves. And when we talk of evidence, these are not limited to testimonial evidence. All of the matters referring to these cases are terrorism financing cases. And terrorism financing cases are proven by financial transactions that come from the financial investigation conducted by the AMLC and with the cooperation of the banks or the financial system where the funds are coursed. So in the course of the preliminary investigation, the individuals concerned are also given the full opportunity to present rebuttal evidence or counter affidavits to establish their defenses. But after preliminary investigation and the evaluation of our prosecutors under the National Prosecution Service, we have filed the appropriate cases against these individuals based on a complex transaction of financial evidence that we were able to gather. We will not rely solely on testimonial evidence. And for all of these cases, the courts themselves evaluated them and issued corresponding warrants of arrest for these individuals. So these are already two institutions examining the sufficiency of the evidence. And for both institutions, both the prosecution service and the courts, they found probable cause or more than probable cause, prima facie evidence against the individuals concerned. I believe that trial has already commenced in most of these cases. And in fact, we already have particular convictions, court convictions for these individuals following the due process provisions and the entire process observed by the court to ensure that there is no fabrication or presentation of evidence that is not duly vetted by them.
Can I ask po, Madam Chair, how many specific task groups are created in relation po sa Anti-Terrorism Act and Anti-Terrorism Financing?
There are only two task forces within the Department of Justice. The second task force created was to prosecute cases moving forward. So the initial task force was asked to complete the ongoing investigations, but moving forward, we created a new task force per the department circular issued by the Secretary of Justice. And this is composed of members of the National Prosecution Service who were trained specifically on matters referring to the anti-terror law and terrorism financing.
May I ask po if which group po undertakes case build-up, which group undertakes preliminary investigation, and which group po undertakes prosecution? Is it the same new task force?
Yeah, under our system, we in fact have regional interagency groups that do the case build-up. And when we say case build-up, this is based on the Department Circular number 20, where the law enforcement agents will conduct the initial investigation and submit their complaint and the evidence that they have gathered to the prosecution service. At that point, we will make the evaluation and give guidance to the law enforcement agents whether or not there is already sufficient evidence. Under the present system, it is no longer probable cause.
And we have to emphasize that in fact, the evidence that is necessary to file the case in court is prima facie evidence with reasonable certainty of conviction. This is a higher threshold, not just probable cause. And only when we are ready to prosecute the case in court did we file it. And I have to mention that these particular cases that you are inquiring about involves complex financial transactions. And it took us years, not just 1 year, more than 2 years, to do the complete mapping of the financial transactions. So this is not arbitrary. It took us 2 years to develop the case, but after we were able to file the case, the court already gave us some convictions.
At ang next question ko po is in relation to funding. So, paano po pinopondohan? Ano po yung fund allocated to these task forces and technical working groups?
Yeah, there are funds allotted to the National Prosecution Service precisely for the conduct of this preliminary investigation. There are no foreign funds or other funds being used. It is solely the funds allotted to the department for this purpose.
Is there a specific line item po for, ano po yung pangalan ng new task force?
It's called simply Task Force on Terrorism Financing 2.
May specific line item po ba siya sa
I
budget?
think it's all lumped under the salaries of the National Prosecution Service.
May we receive a copy po of the memorandum that was mentioned, the department circular rather, 20, no, which
Yes.
provides guidance on case build-up, no, and the instrument creating the new task force as well.
Please submit the papers as requested by the Honorable Rene Co. When can you submit that?
We might have a problem with some names that we will be putting there
Okay.
for security purposes. I hope that you will not mind if we redact some of the names because it might expose them to danger and to an extra peril. So we will have to do that for security reasons.
To the greatest extent possible, and syempre submitting din sa discretion na allowable.
Okay.
We hope that yung hindi kayang i-redact, lalo na
Yung
yung
names lang
guidelines po.
talaga. We
Opo.
don't want their names to be exposed.
Okay po, sige
But
po.
Secretary, she just needs the memorandum.
The DC-20.
Yes, we will give them
The memorandum. I think there will be no names in the memorandum.
Okay.
So just
So
the memorandum.
sometimes they say office orders will contain the names of the people in the task force. We cannot divulge everything.
Even the names, yeah. So are you all right with the reduction of the names of those members of the task force?
That would be, yun nga, to the extent possible po.
Yeah, okay.
Hindi pero...
That's okay,
sige po.
Secretary. So, okay.
Um,
Please proceed.
Yes po, thank you very much, Madam Chair. My next question po, tanong ko lang po, how many cases involving terrorism and financing were filed before these task forces since their creation po?
I cannot give the exact number, but I can surmise that it is less than 20 cases.
Less than 20 cases. From 2021 up to
From
2025?
2022 to the present time.
May we receive a breakdown po pa per year? Ganyan.
Yes, for all the cases that have been filed in court, we can provide that.
Okay. And of these cases, how many were dismissed and how many are pending in court po, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair?
We will provide that in the summary as well.
Okay, thank you very much for we will look forward to that report po. My next question ko po, if allowable, we also are aware of the DOJ Task Force on Administrative Order 35 handling investigations on cases of extrajudicial killings, enforced disappearances, torture. May we receive po this representation, a list of the cases being monitored, and perhaps on the floor, is there an update that the Department of Justice may provide regarding the cases that this task force is handling po?
We can provide an inventory of all the cases we are monitoring under AO 35.
Okay. Are there any updates po that the DOJ can provide on the abductions
The latest
of...
update that I can provide this committee is with respect to AO1, which because I attended a meeting this morning
on Administrative Order 1, which is the Presidential Task Force on Media Security. One of the cases raised there was the Percy Lapid case, and we are pleased to report that there are 11 accused there, and out of the 11, 2 unfortunately have died, and the remaining 7 have been already convicted by the court. Only 1 remains at large, but we continue to pursue the arrest of this individual.
Thank you for that update, Mr. Chair. How about the abductions of Junila Castro, Jed Tamano, Eko Dangla, April Gumanaw, and Armand Tayoha? Are there any updates in relation to their cases, Mr. Chair?
I cannot answer that at the moment, but
I
if you
think it
provide
would
me
be
the
best
names,
to just submit those.
we can take a look at
Take note
the
of
case
the
status.
names because you cannot offhand say the status of these cases.
Okay.
Can you give a copy of
Yes,
the
but
names?
we can provide a copy, a list po of the names we are requesting updates for, and we'll look forward po to the counter report, no, or providing the updates po sa cases nila. If this is permissible po, Mr. Chair.
We will comply, Your Honor.
Okay. Last line of questioning po, in relation po sa Nelson Mandela rules on the minimum standard of treatment across detention facilities, may news story po which says that the Philippines is adopting those same rules. No? May I ask, ano po yung general blueprint ng DOJ and ng Bureau of Corrections in implementing the Nelson Mandela rules, now that the Philippine government has expressed adoption of said rules po?
Yeah, can you explain what is the first time to hear that Nelson Mandela rules?
It's on the treatment of
what's
persons deprived of liberty.
Yeah, so what?
Humane treatment of
Humane
persons
treatment
deprived
mainly.
of liberty.
Okay, so can you provide the guidelines? Are you now adopting the Nelson Mandela rules on those who are deprived of liberty?
Mr. Chair, with the permission of our secretary, we are applying the Mandela rules, respect for human rights, and sometimes we don't even call them persons deprived of liberty. Some of them are even persons given more liberty while incarceration. Because we really are in a difficult situation right now because of the congestion. We really have to adjust our rules in as much as we don't want them to be really in a difficult situation. Thank you.
Meron na po bang, Mr. Chair, plano, blueprint, ayun po, a document which provides ano pong adjustments yung gagawin po ng Bucor, ng DOJ in relation sa kung paano sila magko-comply sa Nelson Mandela rules?
We will submit to you. It's a long list of adjustments or renovation or improvements in order to apply or implement the Nelson Mandela rules.
Okay. And doon po
That would be
yes,
last
po.
question, but I can, one more.
Okay.
And that will be it. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair. Yung last question ko na lang po is because we are aware of the congestion rates. We are aware of yung limitations doon sa budget na naka-allot per person deprived of liberty. Naka-reflect na po ba sa 2026 budget yung increases in the budget for food, medicine, or water, or even yung daily subsistence, which is at 15 per PDL for medicine and for daily subsistences at 100?
Yeah, for the subsistence from 70, now it will be 100. And then we are appealing that the medicines will also be adjusted from 15 pesos to 30. And then of course other facilities that we have included in our request an additional of 1.5 billion for the decongestion of our PDL dormitories.
Thank you for the answer. Mr. Chair, one last, different agency naman.
The chair says that probably that will be the last one.
Okay, thank you very much. Apo. In relation na lang po to the Public Attorney's Office, we are made aware po that there are 86 vacancies. But may nakikita po tayong na-share, no, na 100% utilization rate. But still, we'd like to ask po, no, ano pong plano dito sa 86 na unfilled positions? Bakit po may hindi po na-fill up na positions as we speak?
Your Honor, we only have 2 unfilled positions for our lawyer items. I'm not sure about the 86, Your Honor, but the 87 public attorney items are the items that still need to be created by virtue of the GAA 2024, Your Honor. And if I may, Your Honor, add to that, with the kind indulgence of the Honorable Chair and the kind indulgence of the Honorable Secretary of Justice, if I may be allowed to relay the request of the Chief Public Attorney message to me just now. The PAO is requesting for 500 additional lawyer position items.
Noted, Secretary.
Thank you.
You wish to include that. So that will end the interpellation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the indulgence,
Representative Reneco.
Madam Chair, and for the responses. We look forward po to the reports and siguro the additional lawyers na maglilingkod sa bayan. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Congresswoman Reneco. Now, for the last very short manifestation, my primo from Catanduan is Eulogio Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wala naman akong katanungan sa ating buting speaker. May manifesto na full support po ng budget ng DOJ. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Congressman Eulogio Rodriguez. With that overwhelming support and manifestations of so many members, I therefore would turn over to the Secretary for her to the Secretary of Justice, to our chairperson, to now be able to address all of us in these proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Rufus Rodriguez. Thank you so much for shepherding the passage of the budget of the Department of Justice today. Inunahan na po ako, actually, Vice Chair Rufus. Actually, usually the way that I end the budget hearings is to solicit the wisdom of the agencies as to which projects have either been unfunded or underfunded in the NEP would need to be submitted for prioritization of the committee. Pero napakaswerte po ng DOJ kasi have a sponsor na hinimay niya na isa-isa. So, thank you very much, Chair Rufus. Nararamdaman po talaga namin yung support for the DOJ. It's also very helpful for us on the part of the Committee on Appropriations to have that sort of listing. But perhaps po, Sec Boying, but before I go there, let me pose a few questions lang po. Very quick. Medyo anticlimactic, so let's end on a good note. I just have a few questions po. I'm just looking at the budget.
Can we just recognize our majority leader, Sandro Marcos? Welcome to the committee. Can we have some few words from our, with the permission of the chair, our majority leader?
No, good evening. Sorry to interrupt on this evening's proceedings. I was watching from my office, but I just wanted to offer my full support to the Department of Justice and all of the DOJ family. Thank you for everything you do for this administration, for the President. And I wish you all the best in the upcoming financial year. Not knowing whether or not si second nun pa rin, baka may ibang plano. But let's wait and see what happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I feel like with that manifestation of support from the majority leader, I feel like it's anticlimactic if I still post my
No, please go ahead. Please
Ang
go
ganda
ahead.
na sana. It's such a great way to punctuate the whole day. But just a few questions, Majo, with your permission. I was looking at the budget utilization rates for the different attached agencies, PUSEC, and medyo
I just wanted to check with the LRA because it seems like the utilization rates for the LRA has always had like a huge deficit. So for 2023, it's only at 35%. For 2024, it's at 31%. And thus far in 2025, it's at 62%. So I just wanted to understand po why there has historically been about 60 to 65% shortfall in the utilization of the LRA.
Your Honor, please, with the permission of the Secretary. Our records show otherwise, Your Honor, Madam Chair. We have a utilization rate of, for the year 2022, we have a utilization rate of 99.92. For the year 2023, it's a 99.59. And for 2024, it's 99.13%, Madam Chair.
This was furnished to us by who? Within the DOJ, who gave this cue card? The budget office, the finance officer of the DOJ actually provided us with this cue card, and it has.
Perhaps, Madam, there was a mix-up. I think even the representative from the DBM can confirm this figure.
Because it's actually, I have to flag that as well. In this cue card, there's 0% utilization for the NBI and the OSG. So just wanted to, siguro, Sec Boying, if you may please talk to the finance team kasi we're also relying on the information that's also provided to us. Na-rectify na nila, Sec. It's actually 96% for the NBI, but in the information that was initially provided to the committee, ano po, 0 nga actually yung OSG and the NBI, which is why I had to check it with them because I couldn't believe it when I saw it. So I guess it's the same case with the LRA. We've been provided with the incorrect information po, Sec.
It might have been an encoding problem. Because the data that we have here is consistent, Madam Chairperson.
Okay. Similarly, is it the same case for the Office for Alternative Dispute Resolution? Because similarly, it's showing a 51% utilization rate in 2023, 45% in 2024, and 73% in 2025. So is it also an encoding error? Is this really the case for the utilization of the Office of Alternative Dispute Resolution?
Madam Chair, we'll send you the correct utilization rate, but I think it's also a encoding error.
Sec, hingi na lang po kami ng tulong because this is really a strong basis for us to evaluate the budget proposals for the following year. Kasi, for example, in the case of LRA, if we're seeing that consistently they have a 60% shortfall in utilization, that would make us think that perhaps you don't need those 60%.
We will
right?
comply, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Thank you po. So for the record po, this information was provided to us by the finance officer within the budget officer rather within the DOJ. So Sec, please provide us with the information as soon as possible. The other question po, again, let me just go back to the ASEAN summit, the cross-border control request. I looked at the NEP even further, and it just says here po that amount has not been automatically lodged within each of these departments and agencies. So it doesn't necessarily mean that only because there's no specific line item for the Bureau of Immigration na wala po siya. So my request po, Sec, and to Commissioner Viado, please coordinate with the Office of the President to make sure that that is not there in the list of activities that will be funded under the ASEAN Summit related activities.
We will, Madam Chairperson, and thank you very much.
Because here I get what Vice Chair Rufus Rodriguez was saying, but it doesn't necessarily mean that only because it hasn't been specified on the list does not necessarily mean that it's not already allocated or included in the plan for the funding. So yun lang po. And
Salamat po.
yun lang po.
yun lang naman po from my side. And I guess, Sec, just because there are a lot of requests coming from the different agencies and within the DOJ itself, we would like to request po that when you submit the list of requests, may I request po for you to please prioritize it, just so when we're able to find additional fiscal space, we're able to allocate accordingly based on the priorities of the department.
We will comply tomorrow.
Thank you. Tomorrow na. Wow, okay. Within 20, I was gonna give a 48-hour deadline, but thank you po, Sec, for the 24 hours.
48 hours, that you'll have time.
We will comply.
Okay, thank you very much po, Sec. Over the duration of the 4.5 hours that we've been here for the deliberations, there has been a resounding the support for the DOJ has been resounding among the members of the committee and our House members present here today. That is a recognition of the hard work that the department has been putting in, and of course the stellar leadership of Secretary Remulla. So we would like to commend the DOJ for all the good work that you have been doing for the country. And here on the part of the Committee on Appropriations and the House of Representatives, we acknowledge that, we recognize that, and we laud you for your work. And on our part, what we can do is to make sure that the department is equipped with the necessary resources and funding for you to be able to continue to perform your mandate and to continue the good work that you've been doing. So rest assured po, on the part of the House and the part of the Committee on Appropriations, we will help find additional, how do I say this in a word, in a way that's not so committal? We will work towards augmenting whatever we can on the part of the Committee on Appropriation. So we will support. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, given that there is no other member who wishes to interpolate the Department of Justice, may I solicit a motion from the body?
Madam Chairperson,
Yes, Vice Chair Po.
I move that we terminate the budget hearing on the proposed budget of the Department of Justice, including its attached agencies. I so move.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Wala pa pong ruling. Wala pa pong ruling. Ayan. There is a motion, duly seconded. The motion is carried. The budget hearing on the proposed budget of the Department of Justice and its attached agencies for fiscal year 2026 is hereby terminated.
Madam Chairperson, I move that we suspend the hearing and resume tomorrow, September 17, 2025 at 10 a.m. I so move.
10? Before I rule on,
9 o'clock.
a.m. Before I rule on the motion, we would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our Department of Justice family.